this motorcycle jacket a couple of weeks ago. I was discouraged from even riding the motorbike because I couldn't actually do this up. Now you can see there's still some guts there, right? But I'm not squeezed into it. Now this sort of jacket is rigid, it doesn't lie. So unlike t-shirts and other things that have a lot of stretch to them, you can't really tell how much weight you've lost or whatever. I don't want to weigh myself, I don't want to talk myself out of this method of losing weight. Liquid diet plus a bit of walking, because last time I did it, I lost 22 kilograms. Now I understand I was wrong about the stomach actually changing size and being stretched. Basically, I've read an article that said it didn't work that way. It's not a lot of research, but I didn't know anything. I guessed, and I read some scientific article, and it told me something different. So I trust that more than I trust myself. So I assume I'm wrong. Doesn't matter though. In my mind, my stomach is shrinking. It's not actually. There's a nerve or something that sends an I'm full message to the brain, which changes as you take in less food and stuff like that. Also desensitization to lots of delicious foods that I would normally eat. Now, during this, I think it's day 11 of liquid diet, I have cheated. I had a salad one day. Yesterday I was eating non-stop carrots and hummus, so that's a lot of carrots. I think I had about 8 carrots, so this is the biggest food I've had in the whole journey. And a time before that I had 4 ice cream sandwiches, so that's not great. But still, in general, my food intake has lessened by fucking 80%. Okay? Now in terms of putting stuff on my hair, I've realized it's a better angle. You can see how fat I am there. I accidentally shaved off my sideburns because this Hassica shaver, when you shave like that, it keeps to the 6mm, but when you turn around, just touch it up, it goes down to 0 because it hasn't been made properly. I do not recommend that as a beard trimmer. Now in terms of putting stuff in my hair, this sort of thing, this cream and stuff, causes their hair to harden, and then you get this sort of really crusty hairs and stuff. This hairpiece seems like it's got too much lift. It should have come across there the same way it did on that side, but it's too late. This is just a reused old tattered hairpiece that has a higher density than the other ones I've got in stock, so I've decided to wear this one instead. But the thought I was trying to say, sorry for all the asides, but it seems like valid information. This is the oil spray, argan oil, but it's sprayable, so it's not just pure oil, which you sometimes find they're going to put on with your hand. The spray makes it better. So I'm going back, try to get with the fluffy look, especially I'm going to put on a helmet and stuff. We'll see how it goes. I'll show you what it looks like when I take my helmet off as well. I have to wear a mask as well, unfortunately. So the car wash is closed. Can't wash my dirty bike. The spider webs, all the dust off. That's what it's like to take the motorcycle helmet off with this hairpiece. This is a curve 0.03mm poly hairpiece. And in this situation I only put argan oil in it, so there's no hold really. It just flies around in the wind. But I'm hoping to replicate that 2-inch haircut that I had the other day. I sort of want to master that one. It's really easy to maintain, and especially if you got greys and stuff, I think it's best. So it's probably the way to do it. This thing's closed until we reach 70% first dose injections by the end of the month. We're still under a pretty heavy lockdown here. So I just took my helmet off. My bike's here. It feels like it's a pretty bad haircut, to be honest. Everything looks different from the other sides compared to just the front. But bear that in mind. I think I'm outside the 5k zone, so that happens. Good thing about Melbourne is you can park on the footpath. Yeah. Without hair product, I've got no control. Still, it's better than having those terrible hair products that, I think this is all about the haircut. That's the only way I could fix this one. Look at that, just chopped it. Terrible. Look how hairy and freckly my shoulders are. I'm just about to have a shower. I was about to take this off and then put another hairpiece on, but then I thought, you know, I haven't left the house in a long time. There were riots in the streets of Melbourne yesterday. Not riots, just a protest with 10 cops going out the hospital. Anyway, it's illegal to protest or leave the house. So, because of COVID, if you don't understand what's happening back here in this point in history, look at these plants, they're really growing. Just trying to be careful not to film my naked ass at the moment. This hairpiece is the back end of the hairpiece, so this is the crown at the back of the hairpiece, and this is the very back of the hairpiece, but I wear it this way because I want to save money, as I've said a million times. But some people who come to the channel saying, like, you still can't do it properly after 2 years. 2 years, been 10, they're just trying to bait me. Anyway, I'm going to take this off before I have the shower. I'm going to use some C22, clean that up, and then I'm going to not wear a hairpiece and not shave and just see what it's like. Because it feels like a sort of, I mean, the problem is every window of my apartment looks out into other people's apartments. In fact, I'm worried about my voice being heard by people outside right now, even though I'm higher up and people probably have to listen upwards and past the trees swaying and stuff. I just, I'm thinking maybe I'll give it a shot to feel what it's like to just naturally have a receding hairline and just sparse here. See if that's actually better psychologically for me at this point. I've been quite, this is the first time I've seen myself naked since I've been on the liquid diet. I can pretty much say it doesn't look as bad as it did before. And also I feel putting my belt on, even though it's a bit tight still, clothes are a bit tight and I'm still fat, it's different now. I'm less bloated. I'm making myself bloated with the protein shakes, but I don't feel queasy, like I can't move, like I'm restricted, like I'm restrained, and feel claustrophobic in my own body because of all the visceral and subcutaneous fat in my body. So I feel like things are improving. I'm obviously in a big state of despair about my father and everything still, but yeah, I feel it's good. It's been a good decision to try to lose weight. So it's been about 2 days since I've chosen willingly to become ugly. But every window in my apartment, given that I haven't got proper curtains and stuff installed in this apartment, it's not been renovated yet, even now, I've had words with people who are involved. They're all friends and family. Not good. Don't involve them in the future, but it's cheaper, I suppose. Anyway, probably not the best idea. Friends and family are worth more than money. Depends how much money. I reckon it'd be interesting to put a price on everybody's head. Not to kill them, but just to replace them with cash. You know what I mean? Anyway. The question is now, do I upgrade to a new hair system, put it back on, keep gluing stuff to my head? I know that when I shave my head I don't feel good, but I haven't been out and seen people for a long time, only strangers, shopkeepers and stuff in a neighbourhood that doesn't really seem to be part of my world. I haven't really felt like home here, so what do? Do I care enough to keep putting hair on my head? My eyesight's going. I don't get out enough. Now I can see. I'm bald. Fuck. I'm seeing myself in the screen here. Now, if I shave my head, I wouldn't want it as short as it is now. But if I grow it, you'd see exactly where the balding is, and it would be really pronounced. Why is that the way we say it instead of announced? Announced even seems better than pronounced, given the circumstances of what I'm referring to. I like the sideburns. I mean, not these sideburns, or more sideburns. There's no point in having real sideburns at all if I'm shaven. The thing is, the moment you do that, you get really pronounced baldness. It goes all the way back to here now. That's halfway back to my crown. That's a long way back. Therefore, I'd probably have to shave it and go full baldy. Therefore, any kind of sideburns or anything else would just be a shadow. At best, it would be this. This is too much because that would accentuate this too much. My hair is currently the perfect length to put on a hairpiece, really. It's about 1.5 inches all over. Therefore, I can come down to a 2-inch like I showed you in the previous video. A couple of videos ago maybe. Where you don't have to worry about the front hairline because it's just fluffed out, but it looks real and nice, and you can sort of style it a little bit, but it doesn't matter because it's just fluffed. And the other thing is you could go down to a 3-inch hairstyle. Just down to the eyebrows. Style it a bit. If it was thick enough density. Is my problem really just the glue? Summer's coming. It's springtime now, but summer's coming. Summer's a pain in the ass with glue. I just can't see with all this COVID lockdown and everything, I'll be seeing people a lot anyway. But anyone I do see in the next couple of months or 3 months or whatever, they'll now see that I'm bald permanently, and I'll have to just admit that I'm bald, and any time I wear a hairpiece in the future, I'll have to say, yeah, I wear a hairpiece. Until now, I haven't had to do that. How long can I continue this lie? It is a lie, isn't it? I don't have hair, really. But then again, somebody who's got a big birthmark would have to wear makeup all the time, and then one day they wouldn't wear it and they go, yeah, I've got a birthmark, I just cover it up. Oh, so you're ugly under there and I don't have to respect you anymore. Okay, thanks for telling me. That's good to know. You're not worthy of respect anymore. Is that how people think? Yeah, it is exactly how people think. Oh, you're just sucking in your fat. I didn't realize you were so fat. You are not worthy of respect, actually. Oh, you've got hairy shoulders. Underneath those clothes, I imagined you were beautiful and shining like a Greek god. But now I know you're hairy and got a hairy back and hairy ass and you're fat and bald as well. So, not worthy of respect. Good to know. Now I don't have to respect you. I can just take from you from now on. You're a resource, not somebody, not an equal, not a person I should respect. So, in terms of walking around without that hair, yeah, admittedly, straight away, the haggardness of my face doesn't make it look any better, does it? And this is in the perfect ultimate lighting to make me look as good as possible, to be honest. It's no stark, it's just glow from the screen. I think just looking at what that looked like just then and just memories of me feeling like my forehead is just protruding out to here. I'm really into Fallout 4 at the moment, by the way. Fallout 4 is an awesome game once you put some mods on it through a PC. But I have seriously been considering shaving all this off. Maybe we should get a face lift. Just pull it back a bit. I'm not going to do that. They're not good enough yet. Alright. I'll wear a hairpiece again. You talked me into it. Fuck you. Thank you. I feel like crap. I'm hungover. But I've got a bit of perspective. I just watched the movie Kate. and it's really good. It's on Netflix. Really good actress. What's her name? Elizabeth somebody, or is her surname Elizabeth? I was pretty impressed with her. I can't believe she's not more famous. Mary Elizabeth Winstead, is that her? Mary. Yeah, well, she looks like she's already famous somehow, but I haven't seen her before. She's very good. American actress and singer. First significant role came as Jessica Bennett in the NBC soap opera Passions, and she went on to appear in series such as True Calling and films, including the superhero film Sky High. She's like Sigourney Weaver kind of actress. Well, okay, so she went on a date with Ewan McGregor. Okay, so she's been on talk shows and stuff. I haven't seen her before. She should be a megastar. She should be an A-lister. So this lighting gives you a proper perspective of where my chin's at. I haven't looked at it properly. So the thing is with the fasting, just the liquid diet. Let me just tell you, normally over the last, how many days has it been? I don't remember the date I started, but it's the 20th of September today. Fucking father's birthday. Not today, but soon. Anyway, it's been 2 weeks of a liquid diet. I would normally be eating delicious food. Food is entertainment, okay? It really is. And to not eat it is boring, right? I just got a whole bunch of soup delivered from some angry Indian dude who's like, "You bring up the help, you help me bring down, it's raining outside." I said, "Listen, dude, I was just about to have a back operation. I can't be carrying heavy shit up and down the stairs. You have to help, that's not my fault. I don't care if you have bad back." It's like, can we get that in writing? That you want me, the back surgeon patient, to fucking help you carry all this heavy shit up the stairs? Why do you think I ordered home delivery and paid extra to get it home delivered? It's like, and I said, listen, I can't believe you're blaming your customer instead of your boss. If you need 2 people, take it up with him. It's not the customer you should be shouting at. You're 2 hours late, so fuck off. Bring the shit up. Don't you fucking do this to me. Anyway, he brought it up, left it. I had all the paperwork ready. So you want to sign here? Just say here you want me to help you. The customer help you. The customer who's disabled help you bring shit up the stairs. I don't look that disabled, but I know I've been advised strictly by my surgeon. I didn't get the surgery yet, but he told me don't carry heavy shit, all right? But let me tell you something, my back's been improving. And it's because I haven't been doing shit like that, really, okay? And I did go for a few walks, but sitting in this chair is not good for me. Anyway, the thing about Kate is, the perspective is this casting director, the casting director who was in charge of casting that film. She's good. Someone, might be short for Julie, but she's Asian, so it could just be Jew, J-U-E. Anyway, I sent her an email showing her my work, and I realized I do want to be an actor, and therefore I can't just be blasé about the way I look. I have to remove this double chin. And by the way, what I'm saying with the food thing, I'm sorry to be jumping all over the place. I didn't have a proper script prepared, all right? And I can't. Look, I want to be an actor. I need the hair. That's it. I'm gonna go put some on. This lighting is awful. This is the worst possible lighting I've ever seen of myself. Probably not the worst lighting for somebody who's attractive, but it's bad lighting right now for what I look like. Just woke up with a massive hangover. And I'm bald and fat. But like I say, I'm not eating non-stop nachos and nuts and things. I'm not eating at all. And yesterday I didn't eat at all and I wasn't hungry. But what I do have sometimes is stuff like this, right? Now that's fattening. It's chocolate flavored soy milk. But yesterday I didn't really have any of that sort of thing either. Just had alcohol. That's it. And then I did some exercise, and I've got to tell you, I've never really properly used my fucking hell. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I'll tell you while I'm doing my hair. Listen. Embarrassing. I can't believe I was going to shave my head. I'd be this pale. I'm thinking I look tanned now. The other thing is I was thinking about dyeing that again. I can't remember what I was just about. I'm so fucking hungover, man. Really hungover. Anyway, I can't be bald. I want to be an actor. I'm not eating. I didn't eat last night. Oh yeah, virtual reality. The thing is, last night I figured out there's a great way to exercise, and that is masturbate in that fucking thing. It's amazing. You can either have pose these women with their leg in the air and all sorts of shit, you're dribbling their boobs and stuff while you're walking around the body. Any chick you want. It is amazing. And then you can animate them how you want. Choose the moaning, make them do a strip dance on a pole or some shit. It's fucking insane. You can get 2 girls, whatever you want. 11 girls. Whew, I'm exhausted. I'll tell you what, I feel like I worked my core. You know what I mean? I'm gonna fucking fix this shit up. I can't just be a wanker my whole life. So I will sort this out. I was going to shave my head and just let it be. But Julian Lennon was wrong. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. Let it be. See, oh, look how beautiful these become. It's amazing. They spend so long being seedlings, tiny little seedlings doing nothing. And then all of a sudden, springtime. Oh man, and look, it's so fragile though. Look at it, how it just fell over because the roots are not nicely. Look, it's just hanging on for dear life. This is how I water them. And that's what I do to my plants every time. It smells good. It smells like mint. I really thought this was tomato. I hope it is mint. I don't know. Can't tell. The thing is, I planted like every single one of those little square tubs had a different plant, lavender, all sorts of things. But none of them have worked. I haven't chucked, because most of them just died. Little seedlings went and all died. It's much harder than you think. I thought they would just go, you know, I'm alive now, I'm just going to survive. I've got soil, I've been given water. Didn't work. All right. So with the dyeing, it means I've got to have a shower and all sorts of things. And to have a shower, I've got to clean up my clothes that are on the floor that I took out of the dryer yesterday. I haven't put them away. Yeah, I am going to keep dyeing. But I might dye with the amount of energy that I've got, you know. Because look how grey that is. This is the undyed side. It's going so grey. There's almost no colour left. Can't believe it. And this side was dyed. And it's gone back to being quite grey as well. Yeah, no, see, it's almost as if these greys did not absorb, this side, these greys did not absorb the dye properly. There's no point in me poinking out one grey hair at a time. I have nothing left. Which is another reason to think, just shave it, bro. But see, the thing is, if you're too fat, your face is round, and so baldness cannot happen. You're just too fucking rounded face. You look like head like a fucking orange, like Ricky Gervais's friend. So you've got to have some shape. You've got to be in shape to have a bald head, and it's a rule. It's a major rule. You can't be fat and bald. There's no way you can be fat and bald. You're fat and bald, even if you wear a hat, you still look fat. You're better off being bald than fat. Let's be clear, but not full time. Just in the moment. People who are bald and in shape look better than people who are fat with hair, don't they? Obviously, it's logical. Just common sense. Just not look at it and you know. Whatever that's called. Common acceptance. Common agreed perception. Cap. Can't just make an acronym out of every sentence. You can't work. I'm not going to fucking figure out how to make that sentence into an acronym. It's too much trouble with my fucking hungover brain. But you can imagine I could have done that, right? If I had written it out and just gone first letter of each word that I just said. First FLOWIJS. Imagine now fucking spending millions of dollars turning that into branding and putting it on the side of a building as an acronym. No. It has to have more meaning than that in random sentence that I just invented out of my head. And I'm sure it's been said exactly like that in other universes as well, probably simultaneously and all the way through existence. I don't know. Probably multiple me's making the same and different decisions. Yeah, you can see that's why there's been a bit of a problem. See how short those hairs are? I must have shaved and let them grow back or cut them too short when I was trimming. Some problems. You've got to be more careful. That's you might fuck up a hairpiece. This shitty one here that I've got to get rid of. That is an arse end, remember. That's the Auschwitz tag to prove it. I'm going to have to go with one of the shitty ones because it's what I've got in Plentiful Supply. I haven't got anything good in Plentiful Supply. I could, like for example, just slap this back on my head right now, right? But I've had problems with this hairpiece. It just, see, it's the arse end. It doesn't want to brush in any direction that makes sense because it's flowing as per the crown of the head. And this is the back, that's the crown there, and this is the back of the head, of the hairpiece. Do you understand? It's an arse end. Got this one that I felt like might be reusable. This one looks pretty sparse. Yeah, you can see how sparse that one is. The thing is, I've had to go to the door and answer the door for a bunch of delivery guys. Now you can see a straight across line. But straight away, I feel like even though this is not on properly and doesn't look right, this was the 2-inch haircut. But it's just too sparse and you can start seeing that straight across the line, all sorts of stuff there. Because I'm so addicted to Fallout 4 now and building settlements and everything in that game, I fucking love it. Play Fallout 4, it's so good. If you have got all the free time. If you don't have free time, don't play it. Yeah, this is terrible, what I'm wearing right now, but it's better than the baldness I had 5 seconds ago, right? and it's pre-glued. Not because I pre-glued it for that purpose. Well, I did pre-glue it. Then I wore it for a few days, decided it was shit. It was good for a couple of days, and then it started looking so sparse and shit. And then I took it off. So it's pre-glued in that way, but I didn't pre-glue it for now. But the pre-glue still works, like straight away. Which shows you could store a full box of pre-glued hair pieces with, I don't know, baking paper or something that's able to be peeled off from the glue. So they're all ready to go. You just have you could do one day of preparation and get an entire year's supply ready to go, pull out of the box. If you always had the same hairstyle, right? If you grew your hair and it fluctuated, you'd probably have to cut it or grow it back because you cut it too short. But if you're confident that year after year you always have the same hairstyle, you could just go all the way. 5 years supply, there you go, ready to go. Boom. If you do have these things pre-cut for you, pre-cut to your stencil size, you shouldn't do 5 years though, because you might get more bald, you know what I mean? You might need bigger in the future, etc. But if you're already wearing a full cap, you're not going to be losing the horseshoe, are you? Nobody loses that. Everyone keeps it unless they get some sort of illness. So, I mean, if you are so sick that you have lost all your hair, you wouldn't be looking at hair pieces, would you? You'd be looking at wigs. Then again, a wig doesn't do the same thing for sideburns and stuff, but you wouldn't worry, it's too much effort. And you need to go into treatment, they might have to scan you, who knows what those CAT scans are going to do to potentially, mess with the glue. Could cause health issues. You don't want to put your head in a microwave while that glue's on your head. I don't know what's going on with that, and I don't think you're microwaved, but you might be, because I don't know what this fucking magnetic resonance looks like. It's definitely electromagnetism, which is what microwaves are. It's a length, 1 meter length, isn't it? Of the electromagnetic spectrum. I don't even know why different colors happen, if they're just fragments of white. Different frequencies of what? Of the wave of light? Isn't it like a photon? No, photons don't exist. Wave particle duality, it's all confusing, isn't it? White splits into blue and indigo and shit. Like, what's happening now? White has now gone, no, I'm going a different speed. So the speed, there's a little speed of light change. Therefore we can get rid of the C. You're out of here, right? I don't think that C actually exists, by the way. I think that probably everywhere in this vicinity of space, electromagnetism has reached its maximum speed, or it's going at its maximum speed after being slowed down from other parts of various densities in space-time fabric. So out near Jupiter, where you'll have more of a curvature of that space-time fabric, I think if you launched a photon or a wave of light or whatever else it works as, or if there's a wave that pushes photons along, so they're just going while the wave is pushing them with like some sort of extra, I don't know, Higgs pusher. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. I know Higgs is supposed to give weight, mass to fucking particles. Okay, look, okay. I just think the density of space-time is probably different in different parts of the universe. Even probably different parts of this solar system. There are black holes that are bigger, much bigger than this entire solar system all the way out to Neptune and even past the Oort cloud, right? I'd say the outside of the Oort cloud is the end of the sun's influence, where things need to start. Anything that's traveling past, but just traveling past really slow, a speck of dust, right? If it was past the outer rock on the edge of the Oort cloud, there's a point at which we go, yeah, should I go that way? No, it's not attracting me enough. I'm just going to keep going off in that direction for infinity. I don't need to go towards that distant star at the center of this Oort cloud thing with planets in the middle of it. I'm a speck of dust and I'm just heading that way now. doesn't have a lot of pull, you know. It's not pulling me in. If I was closer, you know. So what I'm saying is that is a big distance out to the Oort cloud, right? Voyagers 1 and 2, the satellites that were set off in, I don't know if they went both in 1977 when I was born, but they're about the same age as me. They've traveled about 17,500 kilometers a second for a long time. I think that's the speed, and I think that's, yeah. And I think they're both past Pluto now. So I don't know if they'll lose contact or if they'll somehow freeze over time, and the batteries, the solar, I know it's solar powered. I don't know how much strength you can get out there for recharging purposes. And how have they not run into any particles that have just gone smush, like even a pebble apparently? If they come, imagine if you're driving a car at 17,500 kilometers a second, right? And then a moth is just flying past your windscreen. That thing's gonna go through your brain out the back of the window, and the car's gonna get crunched, right? You're dead. So how is it not running 20? I don't get it. So we talk about space junk around the Earth. Maybe there's more space junk around the Earth than the whole rest of the entire solar system combined. It's very strange, isn't it? Like, it doesn't take that long to travel around the entire planet. It's only 40,000 kilometers, isn't it? Circumference. About 12,500 across, or 13,000 across or something. At its widest point, the horizon obviously wider than the poles. They're a bit shorter, aren't they? Because it's like spinning outwards, like a da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, where the pizza's spinning, and so it's got the pulling out the liquidy center of the Earth, pulling it outwards. Like sort of like Europa, that frozen planet, moon, I think that orbits, is it Jupiter? And it's going around, orbits are like this, right? That's the rock, that's the planet, the rock in the middle. And then this other thing that goes, so it's like falling, getting the momentum it needs to fall back up and then come, but obviously the fabric of space-time, this stuff, right? It doesn't. There's no up or down really. It's like, it doesn't matter. So something's just falling around here. That's going. It would just be going like that, right, through space. The moon of Europa, the frozen ball, just be falling through space. But now, what's this? There's a big fucking planet here, right? Jupiter or Saturn. I can't remember which one. It goes, I'm gonna fall, but now I'm gonna get sucked into this planet. I'm trying to get into the planet. No. All right, maybe next time I come back around, right? And then go, and it wants to spiral in and just fall in, but it's not. It takes too long. Billions of years, probably. So my point with that is, to do with hair, something, I can't remember. You were there. What happened? Anyway, this looks completely fake. I can't be seen in public like that, obviously. But from a distance, like neighbours looking in through the window when I go take a piss. I'm not pissing at a like big wall, people looking in. But go to the bathroom, toilet. I'm in the bathroom, fucking kitchen. One of the white rooms in the house. But it's not that white anymore. Yeah, had some problems with my family and stuff. Don't talk to them at all. Okay, so here's the thing. I just bought this, right? This was the old one. I didn't realize it was attack plus eliminator. Like, that's multiple aggressions. Should work really well. But this one, the new one that I just got, heavy, I only just got attack. I didn't know I was missing the eliminator part. I feel ripped off. But at least it's 3D. I'm glad it's 3D. This one's 3D. So, phew, dodged a bullet there. Because if it hadn't been 3D clean action, then I don't know what would happen. It's like when you hear, you know, this thin skin, different thicknesses of the thin skin in terms of microns and thickness and stuff. People say ultra thin skin. Has no meaning. Has no meaning. Almost like color number 4 has no meaning. It's almost like a range, generally a dark brownish, like thin-ish. They don't have a... That's why you need mathematical measurements. You can't just have words. Because nobody knows what the fuck's going on with the chemicals inside these things. Is there actually some different ingredient in this? What, did they take the DNA from the tips of feathers from a particular type of chicken and inject it into this one and not in this one? What the fuck is going on in here that caused that extra cleanliness? I don't get the eliminator part in this one. It's not going to do as good a job. It doesn't have the eliminator. Let's tell you the truth. I don't think I'd tell the difference if it fucking just was washed with water with no soap. But I think I like there being soap. I prefer my clothes smelling like soap than whatever else they're supposed to smell like before I put them in their armpits. I'm glad about this. Look, this is a solution for right now because I can't be bothered dealing with all this shit right now. But I've got to say, and dying as well, definitely not. Can't be bothered dying. Putting your hair on your head is not requiring a shower and all sort of stuff if you don't feel like it. But dying, you have to, otherwise you'll burn yourself, right? Chemical burns. And it'll just stain your skin. You got to get it off after a certain amount of time. I think. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe you just leave it on for days. Certainly caused my white pillowcase to change colour. Anyway, I'm talking shit. Instantly feel better having a hairpiece of any kind on, even though this is a shit hairpiece. Hopefully that Jew lady, the Jews, I hope the Jews are listening to me. I sent them a bad guy reel. After seeing Kate, which is an awesome movie. Don't know if it'll come to anything. It's just one of billions of emails she probably gets all the time. Anyway, Mary Elizabeth West or Banks or something. That lady I said before, she's really good. Really good actress. Reminds me of Sigourney Weaver, but more attractive. Yeah. Get away from her, you bitch! Alright, I'm not going to do anything right now with this, but what's the point? See, I have to wait for the future when this all goes on, but I'll probably just cut for your convenience when I'm putting it on next before I publish this anyway. So I'll be back in 5 seconds putting this hairpiece on. Okay, I've got pins and needles in my legs from sitting on the toilet and crushing 3 people in chess on the toilet internationally. Amazing technology, isn't it? My chess moves are flying into space, the speed of light, and then flying back down somewhere else on the planet and teleporting data. Amazing, isn't it? It should be electro-porting, maybe. Anyway. Terrible cut. You can tell, like, from that, right? It just doesn't look like it would look good on a head. This doesn't look good on my head. It's now 4:40, and at 6 I said to this guy, it is lockdown, it's illegal for me to go to his house, but my cousin's going to go there as well. We're both supposed to not go. You can say we're in a bubble, but you can't with 2 people. That's definitely lying and it's against the rules. There's about $5,000 fine each if we get caught. Definitely going to be out of there by 9. But he presses you to stay. Come on, just have a few more drinks, right? But the cops are patrolling. And the other day, there were 10 police put in hospital because of the riots. They're not taking shit for civilians. They're spraying pepper spray into the crowd. This was 2 streets away a few days ago. So, pretty frantic shit happening. People don't want to be locked down because of COVID and stuff. Anyway, this hairpiece is definitely not good enough. As you can see, that's the worst hairline you probably ever find. Apart from that fucking crazy one that... Now, the reason I'm saying I'm frantic, because was thinking about dyeing my hair, but you've got to leave it exposing for half an hour. Can I make it? If I start now, I can continue shaving in there and so on. Maybe I should shave first. Could get messed up if I decide to dye this as well. Am I dyeing this as well though? Can I just trust that these dye colours that I've got, that's an accent as well. I should take prominent one. That's from Lordhair, that one. Look at the shape of that hairline. I really messed that up a bit, didn't I? It's going to be... Alright. Do I have time to dye the hair as well? Technically, yes. If I'm super fast at it. Alright. Okay. I think the steps are... Get this shit off my head. Got some C22 here, right? Rub that in. Get a baby white ready. So you can now see my ass, how big it is compared to before. I don't know if it's lost any. This is too wonky and the edges are too far. That fan goes off every time I move my arm inside the shower because I put a sensor in there to set off the shower and the ceiling. Using a Philips Smart plug that I put in the ceiling. Alright, got a motion sensor here so when I walk in this room these lights come on as well. Alright, it will be attached properly. Screw it into a wall when I find a good spot after we paint and everything. Yeah, this razor's better because you want to get up to the edges and you don't want to overshoot. That C22 really sticks to your fingers and stuff. It's unfortunate that the solvent has to be so messy. So after you use solvent, you always have to use soap and water as well to get it off. Because solvent might remove glue, but it certainly doesn't remove itself. Whatever that pasty combination of solvent and glue equals. What am I doing? I've got to wipe this first. Okay, wipe this solvent and glue residue off. Otherwise, how am I supposed to get this fucking shit out of the razor blade? Okay. Why do I start at the outer edge? Because this is the only area that requires accuracy. The infill doesn't require any accuracy, just... You can shave willy-nilly around there. I like how I just heard that phrase in my head and made it happen in real life. The lips, the teeth, the tongue, the tortoise and the hair. I don't remember that saying, but there was... Tongue, the teeth, the lips... There's some bullshit acting phrase that is supposed to be a tongue twister that helps warm up your mouth, ready for linguistic gymnastics, which is what acting often entails. I can imagine all the newsreaders at the start. Me, ma, moo, right? Well, they get the little fucking little tissue around there with the makeup artist and preparing their mouths for all these complicated international words. I am massaging the jaw and shit. I mean, newsreaders just seem so sensible, don't they? It'd be weird to see them all doing that. Standing around backstage before. In the green room, in the makeup room.
Good morning. Nice to see you again today, Jane. Why, thank you, Bob. It's nice to see you as well. What did you have for breakfast? Well, Jane, I started off with a muesli bar that I had never tried before. It was cranberry, I think. A muesli bar, Bob. Ha ha ha. That's a lot more convenient than what you would find in a bowl. Well, yes, it is, Jane. It is very convenient. In fact, it's so convenient that some people are wishing they had one as well. All right, time. Do not lose sight of the clock, Captain. All right. You know, I was thinking, when you go to a YouTube video of a specific title, you're expecting to find, please, give me the quick advice, don't fuck me around, don't waste my time, you've given this title, please let it be about what you've said it's about. And I don't, I just go, one of the things I spoke about was motorbikes, so I'll just make that the title, whatever. But really, I should just say StickOnHair episode 370 whatever. You know, I shouldn't waste people's time, and then people will just either find and like me and understand that I am actually a blogger, a hairpiece blogger. That's all I do. I have opinions and I have ideas about what to do with hairpieces and stuff often, and that's what centrally the core of this is all about. But I just spoke before for a while about, you know, about particle of dust deciding whether or not it wants to move in towards the Oort cloud. You know what I mean? It's not all hair. I fuck around. So, am I captivating? That's the only reason you would stay, because otherwise I'm going to waste your time when all you want to know is quickly fucking tell me how to fix this hair problem. Because it might be in this video somewhere, but you got to watch through 4 hours or whatever the fuck I decide to just publish, like 1 second video that I've done before, or just fucking 3 hour video. Ooh, lucky dip. Nobody knows. And what am I going to talk about? Could be about the topic you're wondering about. Might be about my fucking ball sack not being shaved properly this morning. Who knows? Lucky dip. So potentially, to be fair to all the YouTube audience members, I'm not one of them. I should really begin creating titles that are not misleading. Still haven't got the bench fixed. I fired the fucking brother-in-law who was gonna do it. He never did it. Took him months of fucking around and leaving me without it. So I've still got no bench space. It's just looks like this. All right, time. 8 minutes left before the hour's up. Okay, this is lockdown, we've got to be careful, but still, it's an opportunity to walk. I'm going to start with the Sprog in a bottle. It smells sickly sweet, like children's glue or something. I'll put that much in. This stuff does really last for a long time, but I don't use it very regularly, do I? So maybe I don't know. But at least it's like those peroxide ones. shit, I probably shouldn't have put the developer on the tip of that. It might spread through and to change the colour of the whole lot. I'm going to stir that immediately. Probably should put the glove on in advance. I really do want to put a glove on for this. Probably 2 gloves because I'm going to be running it through my hair, aren't I? Do I need my hair to be damp in any way? Probably not. Oh shit. I can't get any on here because then the hairpiece is going to be on top and it'll be... What was I thinking? I still have a chance to not dye it. Alright, I'll tell you what. I'll just do the sideburns and be careful not to get it in anywhere that will be underneath the hairpiece. Besides, like, it's not like I'm graying up there. Okay. Now I've only put one glove on, which means I can only do one side, but it doesn't matter. I mean one side of my arm. I mean, one side of my body will have the hand that's used to create the dyeing effect. Okay, there's definitely no piece sitting in that area. Now this time, I'll do this side as well. Now luckily, I have been a wise man and I have pre-cut all my hair pieces. Not hairstyle cutting, just template cutting. Okay, so they're cut to the size of my stencil, my template. That's good. That's good that I've organised in that way. Now I might as well do a general kind of fluff through without creating too much patchiness or anything back here, because I'm going to have to shower this all off anyway before I'm able to do anything else. There's no point in pre-gluing any of that because I will have to have a shower. I think it will blend fine with my natural hair. If I'm going to have a shower anyway, then I can... No, but then they'll be brown if I don't get it off properly. It'll be stuck under there. Alright, okay. That's the reason. Now, I think it'd be wise to clean the tops of my ears a little bit at least. I'll wash this and take it off. This as well. Got everything. All right, so at 25 minutes past 4, I'll have a shower. See, it's starting to change colour on my skin there. Okay. I'll have a shower in that amount of time, whatever I said. So Mary Elizabeth Winstead, she is known, right? She's now just become the mother in June 28, or in June this year, 2020, sorry, I think. Yeah, either this year or last year. The parent of a son between her and Ewan McGregor. That's Ewan McGregor's 5th child, but it's Mary's 4th child, and she's 36 and I'm 44. Good looking girl. Didn't know how old she was. Not grey though. This is how I know everyone who's not grey is younger than me now. I'm a fucking old man. This is fucking bullshit, man. It's not fair. I pre-glued this shit 25 minutes past, so there's been on this dye has been on my hair for half an hour, so I'm gonna have a shower. First minutes, I've had a shower, dried myself, got dressed, about to put my shoes and socks on. Got to put this hairpiece on. I pre-glued it. I've glued it all the way down to there. But given that I was able to just strap this on my face instantly and it stuck, the thing is I think that inside, microscopically, the pores, the glue's leaked into it. Whereas on the fresh one, it might just peel off the surface because it's not had time to bind with the plastic. Also, I have a feeling it's not even dry yet. That is 1/3 alcohol in that Walker Tape Ultra Hold tincture. The other one ran out, the one that was 50-50, still worked, very liquidy. But the problem was I had to do this on the table instead of my head, and it was dark in there and everything. I couldn't, even though overhead lights weren't good enough. You need a proper light right over it. But I think I spilled some in the hairs and stuff around the edges. But also, if I push my finger on that now, oh, look at that. It's been drying since before, like during the hair dyeing process. That's when I did it. So that was at least 30 minutes ago. So it hasn't dried in 30 minutes. I can't, look at that one. That's matte finish. That just slaps on, right, and stays. Wouldn't be full-time staying, but longer than this one's gonna stay. This one would stay longer. It's just, putting it on is gonna be a big mess, right? I can't do that. And I'm gonna get out of here. If I'm gonna be there by 6, I'm gonna give myself a haircut with that thing as well. But I'm definitely not wearing this one. Let's see what else I've got here. The crumpled up remains of previous failed hair pieces. Very different shade, isn't it? Especially after I just dyed it even darker. Same with this one. Too light, isn't it? Clear. So this is another arse end piece. You can see the scruffiness of the top bit. I'll try to make sure, but it might be better than that other one. Let's have a look. No gluing, just gonna slap it on. Isn't this the one I just threw out? This looks exactly like the one I just threw out. Maybe I should just fucking style it. This is the curve hairpiece 0.03mm, 30 micron piece. That's not ready. It'll take a while. It's quite humid, 59% humidity. I don't know if I can trust this thing. 17 degrees. It feels a lot hotter than the times when I feel cold and it says 24 degrees. So, I don't know. I don't know how temperature works or if that's accurate. I can't ask Siri, you ask Siri. Ask Alexa. Alexa, what's the temperature? It says it's 8 degrees Celsius. And tonight it'll be 6 degrees. Okay, stop talking now. Fuck off. She just yaps all the time. I ask her to start a radio station in a different room, and then it just, they don't coordinate together. Okay, so looking at the greys, at least, they are seemingly gone. And this side that was the second dyeing time I've done it there. Totally natural looking hair colour, but I've got some dye still stuck. I didn't wash that off properly. Yeah, that's the problem, see? It's a real pity about this. That glue's not dry, otherwise, you know, I'd use it. So yeah, to order an Uber and get the shoes and socks on, make sure I've got everything, maybe take my virtual reality headset so they can all play, and make this hairpiece look good. That's going to take up all the time. I don't have time for that to dry and cut my hair and everything else. I'm sorry. I would have if the glue was dry. And you know how quickly I can cut my hair, right? 2 minutes. Fuck. All right. You know, the other day I bought Brill Cream, thinking it might be a styling product. It's not. It's for some sort of protein, as if your hair needs to eat. I don't understand what this fucking thing is. It does nothing. Zero hold. Don't know what it's for. Healthy scalp, maybe. I don't understand. It's not medication. It comes from the fucking hair cream aisle. Well, the hair gel is stored in the supermarket. So I don't understand what the fuck Brill Cream is. I've heard of it many times over the years, but it's just been stupid. Wet. It's not gonna hold this down, is it? Look how messed up that is. It's going in all directions. It doesn't follow the contours of my head because this is an arse end. This is part of the crown of the proper topper that it was supposed to be part of. And this is all cut wrong. Cut incorrectly. See, in English you can say cut incorrectly or incorrectly cut, it doesn't matter. I don't really understand French. I really don't. If I listen to somebody talking in French, I don't understand what they're saying. They have to speak extremely slowly. I only know about, say, 1,000 words. And they're not properly. Wax on, wax off, wax on. No, I'm just going to try to make this look alright, acceptable. I'm not even going to touch up that hairline. Just keep it fluffed forward at all times. Can't do anything about that in this particular product, but I shouldn't have to use product to hold shit like that down. This hairpiece is fucking looks like a hairpiece. It's absolutely round. I'll have to wear a hat. This is just stupid. Now, I talked before about pineappling with the hair. Obviously, if you're going to take out the center of a hairpiece and just put that on your head instead of the front, where it's all flowing in one direction, you're going to have problems like this. Just didn't seem so bad before. I think what happened is I cut it, and before that I was getting away with the wrong directions because the weight of the hairs was holding them. It's a different colour, isn't it? We'll have to wear a hat. After all. And look at that straight line across there. It shows it's a hairpiece straight away. No wonder I chucked this out. I just can't bother cleaning it. And look, all along there, it's just a dirt line. A straight dirt line right along the plastic. Oh, quickly can that be cleaned? I don't know if it's on the front or the back. And if it's glue, then it's fucking the hair's up, isn't it? You think that dirt is underneath or on top? I think it's underneath. Fuck it. It's really bad. Yeah, pity about this one. Didn't dry in time. Sorry. Tomorrow. You'll see the difference. As for today, I'm just going to be wearing a hat.
Alright. Gotta call an Uber. Can't walk there in time either. How fucking cool is this? Little bit of lighting, refrigeration, endless water and ice supply. And look, I just bought lots and lots and lots of soup. It's not, I'm drinking whiskey plus running water. What's that? Amazing. Super modern. For years I just fucking worked out of a fucking van, lived in a van. And then I've been doing my dishes in this sink over here for a very, very long time. This is probably drying already now. Took a very long time. So I went, oh my God. God, it looks like a fucking mess. Yeah, I spent the night, it was dark in there, thank fuck, but it's just my cousin and her friend. Let's have a look at this dyeing job. Yeah, no, it's good, I'm glad. It's remained salt and peppery, but more pepper than salt now. So it was worth it. It's a good combo. This has got to go though, it's a terrible hairpiece. That one should hopefully be a bit better, but that is low resolution. This one's curve hairpiece, medium density, not medium light density. Also this is 0.03, or sorry, I should say 30 micron. That's 60 micron. Thicker. Unnoticeable though, as far as I'm concerned. You can never see that line so much based on the thickness of the thin skin. More it's to do with the cornfield lines, which are highly visible when you've got low density in that situation. Got this new mirror installed here behind me. Look at this. Anyway, for me, it's all about weight loss. I still haven't eaten today, haven't been hungry today, wasn't hungry yesterday. I've totally trained my brain. It's that nerve, it's not the stretching in the stomach, it's the nerve. Fucking amazing. I'm gonna play Fallout 4 and just fucking drink more alcohol. I didn't want to drink today, but I was talked into it. I was peer pressured, but I'm glad I went. I had a good time. Got out before 9 p.m. I left at 8:50. I spoke to the Somali taxi driver, or Uber driver. He said, yeah, one of his friends just got a $5,000 fine for being awake after 9 p.m. yesterday. So you've really got to hide, because the cops are pulling people over and stuff, like Uber drivers, and checking that everyone lives within the 5 kilometer radius, and then they're not breaching the 9 p.m. curfew. 9 p.m. till 5 a.m. You must be at your house or at a specific location in your bubble. Your bubble. You get one. If you live alone, you get to be in a bubble with one other person. And if it's 9 p.m., you can't leave that place. That's it. I wish I could show you what I'm about to walk into. I can recenter this and push this screen and this console away from me, making it easier. So in my room here, I've got an infinity of potential. It is fucking awesome. In a few seconds, there'll be some activity that you may not be privy to. Not that you can see what's going on. The good thing about this belt around my neck is that gives me a free hand to use this and this. If you don't have virtual reality now in 21, you're late. Okay? $450. It is another world. It's another dimension. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing. There's always something to look forward to so long as you got this thing. But this very soft cloth thing, because I mean this entire fabric, this entire nightgown probably only cost like $50 or less. It was a gift anyway. I get these sort of things for birthday presents. So get one of these. Get the Oculus Quest 2. It's wireless. Now the reason I got this plugged in,
This is a spare battery to give me an extra 5 hours because it's got a built-in 2-hour battery, but I want 7 hours probably. And then this is my headphones because I don't want to do the wireless thing because I don't want people in neighboring apartments hearing noises coming out of the speaker of this thing, even though it's a brilliant built-in speaker. So if it's daytime, which it is now, I probably don't need the headphones, but if it's daytime, you probably don't need to fucking wear the headphones. But I don't care what age you are, I think everybody needs to get one of these things. It is the same distance from radio to television as from television to this, okay? That's how big the leap is. So I'm not selling them, I'm not profiting from this, I'm just telling you right now, get a Quest 2. In 2021, that's the one to get. Cheaper, battery, so no wires. You don't need any of this stuff if you're happy with 2 hours and you're happy with just the built-in headset, which is amazing speakers already. Don't even have to, so the speakers come out here, right next to your ears. It's perfect. Do it. I highly recommend it. The other thing is get a projector and point it up at your ceiling. Now, I haven't got anything showing up there at the moment, but you can see the rectangle. So my bed's here. Obviously, I'm very fucking by myself, so I don't have a proper bed or anything. I've slept on a mattress for, I don't know, my entire adult life. Although, yeah, I was in a relationship at one point. She brought a bed with her, one of her. And at that point, I slept in double bed. You don't want to be sleeping in double bed with a single bed with 2 people. But with just one of you, it's better. Just put the bed away, just chuck it away. It takes up too much space. I used to live in a van for a long time, and I learned you don't want the bed to be permanent. You just want to put the mattress away when you finish with it, so you have internal area. So living in an apartment for me, a 2-bedroom apartment, is insane. It is insane. It's amazing. I'm so fucking lucky. I just put some curtains up, so in the kitchen, which was still under renovation, it's still being renovated. It's ground to a halt because of COVID and personality conflicts. Anyway, I'm gonna keep drinking alcohol. Alcohol is friend. Nicotine is friend. And virtual reality is friend. So, taking a break from Fallout 4 and the news, because the news is just filled with protests and police going to hospital and stuff because of all the violent protests. Not that violent, not like fucking Middle Eastern violence or some shit. I was playing chess a lot this morning. I lost 20 games and I won 10. It's terrible. Anyway, yeah. If you want to go on chess.com, that's a brilliant website as well. Just go on there, just play a couple of games of chess. If you haven't played for a while, you do the 10-minute games. It's really awesome. I highly recommend playing chess. If you know how to play, just go ahead, go do it. You can always, organize a friendly match with your friend as well. Do that. Yeah. So there are some pretty major life improvement strategies that I've just given you. I'm drunk. Probably fucking... Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 8:31 a.m.
8:31 a.m. Time to get up. I'll be in this other world. Yeah, time doesn't exist in there. I just experienced some sort of tremor. I thought it might be just my drunken feeling, but I heard it in the ceiling as well. Pretty major tremor. I thought maybe it was the fan. Some kind of tremor just happened. They're doing some underground work down the street. Yeah, it's all over the news. There was an earthquake here in Melbourne. It's unusual. I've never felt one ever in my whole 44 years of living here. I lived away for a year, but that doesn't matter. That was the year with Jeff Buckley, apparently. That's why I came back and I was all speaking French and whatever. Anyway, that was the 1 year I missed. It was an important year. I probably should have gone a different year. I highly recommend the transition from year 12, or the end of school, to university is an important year to get closure with the whole being a child and moving into adulthood thing. You should be drinking beer at pubs with people your age as you move in. I don't recommend going on exchange then. Go year 10, miss a year, or try to find a country that will. So the problem is you want to do an exchange in a different language country. It's important. Not that important. I mean, you could go to America or England or something if you're from Australia. Yeah. Anyway, we had an earthquake. And I've never felt one before. Yeah. I feel like, given that I've just decided that this is going to just be a blog, I mean, I know it's hair stuff as well, obviously, but I can tell you right now, I am very concerned for my mother, right? I love her very much, very much. She's the main person in my life by far. The second highest ranking person, which would be probably me. No, the girls, my nieces. There's my mum. I'm talking about pain that I would feel if anything happened to them. There's my mum, my nieces, equally, 2 nieces. Then I suppose I'm third because I put my nieces together. They might as well be twins. They're not twins. They're 2 years apart. But I'm third. So that's being honest, right? Okay. I'm above most of the other people I know. In terms of what the emotional reaction I would feel from something bad happening to them. Okay? So, if something bad happened to my niece, but something bad happened to my mum at the same time, and then I also got my leg caught in a bear trap, I would be trying to figure out how to gnaw off my leg to get to my mum to help her. But, out of the knowledge that she would prefer that I went to nieces, I would go and help them. Also, I know that, logically speaking, they're more helpless than she is. So I would help them more. But, emotionally, I would be more distraught if I found out that my mother had just died, more than I would be distraught if my nieces had just died. But, obviously they're both higher than me, so whatever feelings that I have in terms of the Richter scale, I'm talking about the earthquake as well, of pain and suffering emotionally from something bad happening to any 3 of us, the middle 2 are 2 people, doesn't matter. I'm not going to rank them, which is why I put them together. Yeah. So anyway, she was in a ground zero area. For me, it was just a small ripple of an earthquake. But for her, I just looked at the news. I went straight to the news, straight from the virtual reality, straight out here to look at the news. And yeah, she's experienced a lot. Like number 6 on the Richter scale. Apparently that's a destructive Richter scale level. She said things fell out of cupboards. I'm not talking to her, but there's a group text message thing going on with the family. So people were asking her immediately, because on the news it said that her area was affected the most. But then I called my auntie in Sydney, which is 1,000 kilometres away, and said, I'm worried about my mum, should I call her? She said, no, we just experienced an earthquake, I'm just going to go and look after my grandchildren. I'm like, okay. Right, that's a long distance. It's amazing how quick and amazingly earthquakes can connect people. So if you ever want to combine humanity in a certain region. It's bad when they've got a common enemy, because it's good when they've got a common enemy to bring them together, but when it's nature, they can't do anything about it, so therefore fucking rumble the fucking planet, and then they'll calm the fuck down because they've got bigger things to worry about. Same with having always thought that if you go to the Afghanistan or somewhere primitive, and you put a bunch of drones with LEDs in the sky making the shape of a message from Allah, or some sort of laser beam from a satellite, or some other thing, superstition will make them go nuts into obedience, right? Into peace. Anyway, nothing to do with hair. That's the way things will probably happen. So the rumbling stopped. We can expect some more rumbles, usually when the plates are grinding against each other and causing shakes. We're talking about buildings falling down and stuff. In this area in Melbourne, I don't see any damage or anything. You know, there will have been some damage. It's like when there's a storm, your street gets wet, other streets have downed power lines because trees have fallen over, right? Same thing. But I've never experienced an earthquake like this before. We're not in a fault line at all. We're very centered in the plate. Yeah, so the hairpiece has been pretty shit. I've just been wearing it, just sitting on my head since the other day when I couldn't be bought. It's like 5 seconds ago for you, but for me it's been a few days. This hairpiece is not supposed to be permanent or anything. It's just, I was waiting for this one to dry, I remember, but it didn't make the clock. So this is just tattered and torn. With this one I did trim based on my new, that one does look a lot smaller than this one. I don't know why. Hopefully that's just an optical illusion. You can see I accidentally got some glue around the edges here, which is a problem. I'll leave it there. This is the back end of a hairpiece. This is from the 0.06mm poly from Lordhair. The one that I've got to use supply in quarantine in that bag, this bag. So on the news yesterday, or today as well, yesterday, the first time in my life ever, and I'm 44, I felt an earthquake tremor. I thought it was just a virtual reality, it was really immersive, and then all of a sudden, it was like 10 to 20 seconds of tremoring, and then the roof started shaking, which is metallic, so there were some bricks falling off buildings and stuff in the city. And yeah, my mum lives near where the ground zero was, so I don't understand why there'd be plates shifting, in this area. Like, we're far from a tectonic fault line. Anyway, we felt it. Also, there've been riots in the city, people protesting the lockdowns in Melbourne. So apparently we're the most locked down city in the world right now. And the police all had fucking armor and fucking, shooting rubber bullets at the crowd and tear gas and everything. All you see people throwing flares. 10 cops were in hospital. It's been going for 3 days, these riots. They're not riots, protests. Anyway. That's what's happening outside, and it's been happening just near my house. I haven't seen anything, because I don't pay attention to the world, but I do watch the news occasionally. In further news, I stink. I've got to have a shower. It's been 2 or 3 days since I had one. Because, I can't be bothered. But now I feel, this liquid diet, right? I didn't eat any food for 14 days, and I was starting to feel more lightweight and easier to get out of a chair, more bouncy, but I think it's also combined with that walking. That 10-kilometer walk I did the other day, that was just stupid. That's a fucking long walk, man. 5 hours of walking is just too much. If you're gonna go trekking, make that a big backpack sort of mission. My backpack was small on this occasion. I wasn't taking my, tent or anything. Just going for a walk. But yeah, I think more reasonably, just go for a walk around your block, like I said. Something, more reasonable. Because I don't know if this liquid diet is actually working. I fucking started eating yesterday. I had one bowl of nachos, but normally I would want to eat a whole pile and just keep it coming. But my stomach has needed less. Now, as I've told you, it's not about shrinking the elastic in the stomach, apparently, because it remains the same size, apparently. It just stretches back down to its original size. But there's some nerve that tells the brain when you're full, and I don't know what that's based on, but it's just not based on the stretching of the stomach. Apparently. You would expect it would be, though. Rather than it learns. This is how much food you've had recently in regular amounts before you stopped eating, and therefore I'm going to set that as the rule. Everyone, brain, he doesn't need any more food at this point. He's full, right? He's full. But the weird thing is, though, however it works, I don't really know what... The stomach is only about that big, right? But then the guts are all like this big. So if I were to pick up all my guts and hold them, it would be a squiggly fucking mess, obviously. It was... Probably better off wrapping it around, spooling it with the chunks of bowel and fucking stomach and everything in there. So it'll just be a messy, spludgy, slippery thing this big. That's my guts. The thing is, I don't understand, when I have food, why do I feel like just sitting there feeling hungry and empty, and then all of a sudden I have a peanut and it's like, you're fucking fat again. This is how big your guts need to be filled out, and this peanut's just done it all by itself. What the fuck is going on with that? It doesn't seem fair at all. It's so hard. The thing is, it's not that hard. It just requires you to live a life other than one where you're sitting in a chair all the time. And most people do sit in a chair all the time, which is why a lot of people in the Western world are fat. And I just prefer to sit in a chair rather than walk around looking for something to do, when I know from all my years, all my 20s, 30s and everything, just walking. And when I was a teenager, of course, I walked everywhere, like just non-stop walking everywhere. Like it was boring, and it was never grateful. I was never grateful for it. Sometimes you go to a country where there's touristic stuff to look at, shrines. You got to go up these big stairs or something, to Hanuman Temple or whatever. It's like there are big things to walk to when you go overseas traveling or something. But in your neighborhood, what's with the walking? You have to force yourself. You know what I mean? It's not a pleasant experience. It's a fucking, I've got to fucking exercise, right? Some people get off on it. See, these people are probably sensible because maybe they don't feel like they enjoy it, because exercise doesn't really feel good ever. Things that you do could feel good and you're also exercising, but going to exercise is a chore every time. Even if you've dedicated your life to it, you're a personal trainer or whatever else, it's like, surely it's purely vanity, or you've got some sort of terminal illness and you want to extract the shit that's fucking you up out of your body or something. I just don't see why anyone would go, yeah, I love exercise. Well, do you love the event, the sport that you're playing? Because I can imagine how you get, psychological reward from that, but pleasure from just running on the spot, there's no fucking joy in that, surely. At all. I don't see what it is. I've heard of something called endorphins, which can kick in like a drug, but surely it's easy to just fucking inject yourself with heroin or something. Easy. Anyway, I don't want to exercise, but I've realized the liquid diet on its own is not the reason I lost 22 kilograms in 8 weeks 10 years ago. It was the walking. The liquid diet has made me less hungry, yes, but I feel like, even though I felt like I'd lost a lot of weight up until yesterday when I ate for the first time again, that one day of eating feels like it put me back to exactly the way I was before. Now, you can't tell with stretchy clothing, but I do have a motorcycle jacket, and there was a point at which that motorcycle jacket was really struggling to do up, because it was not clipping at the base so I could zip it, it was just fucking, I was fat. Stupidly fat. For a jacket to not fit, you put on weight, man. And I've got like these things at the sides, comes all around here and then out here, and then tits and everything. It's fucked. So I've got to exercise. I don't want to, but I have to. As for now, I'm gonna have a shower and then put this on. And then if I'm not feeling too tired, I'll go for a walk. Psychologically, I'm feeling very fucked up. My dad has not responded to my requirement that he fucking comes back to me, and some family members have really thought that, you know, it's not his fault, it's my fault that I've suffered so intensely my whole life. So I don't talk to them anymore. I don't talk to any of my family basically anymore. I've been living alone and I've been fucking going crazy down the blackness. I thought I would try some pineapple. This is very bright. For the first time in a while. Do you get burning when you eat pineapple, or is it just me? I think I'm allergic to it. So I'm intending to stick this on my head. I glued this all the way through to the front, thinking that potentially, just because I was able to grab this and just stick it to my, probably shouldn't put that on my clean scalp. Yeah, because I stuck that immediately and just landed, boom, I thought maybe I can do this without alcohol, so I don't smush it around. If I can pre-glue them all, and I don't have to worry about alcohol, I can place it, miss, and then place it and miss, and then tweak it, you know, instead of smushing it with alcohol. It could be a way to do that. So I'm not going to shave that again. I'm just going to place this down as is, okay? Unfortunately, it's completely, the hair's all dry time, but still I'm placing it, so I at least need to spray it with water. By the way, I bought this thing because somebody said get a timer, whatever the hell this is called, right? It's got a special spring inside it. Only holds this much liquid though. So I'll put water in here. My question was to find a way to spray without having to keep doing that all the time, right? Now, you got to prime it a couple of times before it starts coming out at all. But when I was drunk, I made this very, very angry video about this thing because I'm about to chuck this in the bin again. I pulled it out of the bin just so I could show it to you, right? Now, in what universe would you want the spray? Doesn't work, now it'll work, but it'll stay on after I pressed it. Now, my intention was to hold it and just let it keep spraying, but having it keep spraying after I don't want it to anymore is ridiculous. There's absolutely no reason for that. And look at the amount of water that comes out of this. I don't know if you can see it in this guy. Look. Quite a lot of water. That's less water. So it's easier to do that, and I can just stop it whenever I want. Whereas this stupid thing just keeps going. I mean, it's interesting. But it serves no actual good purpose for hair. So, I'm sorry, environment, but this has to just go in the bin. I'm gonna put this on. What I don't remember what that's called. Anyway, it's fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. This is gonna be awkward to brush now that I can't hold it. Seems like there's glue in the hair. Alright. So on this occasion, this is a 1 to 3 mixture of alcohol and glue that was pre-glued. Look, there's a pretty significant gap back there. fold here. I can feel some dried up glue on the hairs that I spilled in when I was putting the glue on. Need a nicer way to apply it. A bit worried that I chopped off a bit too much at the top here. Make sure I don't stretch it at all, because it recoils back to its original spot. Fold here. Overhang here. The hold feels really weak. Look how sparsely populated this hairpiece is. This is brand new, by the way. And that's not even wet. Look how unwet that is. That looks so terrible, doesn't it? I wish I didn't have to press this so many times. I wonder if there's something you could just do it and just hold it and just leave it and the water just keeps spraying. That'd be good. If they could invent something like that. God, that looks so fake. Oh man, that's so bad. Oh man, so I can see the plastic shine and everything. Look, I totally recut this to a new stencil size. It should be perfect, so that means it's skewed. I'm not going to recut it, I just have to reposition it, but I don't want to do it right now, so the things are going to cut my hair based on the way it's placed. Fucking hell. If you can't see that that's a fake hairpiece, there's something wrong with you. That is the fakest looking thing ever. Why did they sell this to me? That is awful. I'm gonna have to do the 2-inch haircut. There's no alternative. Here's a bit of glue that I put in the hair there. I've got to get that chunk out. Every hair is precious on this thing. What a terrible hairpiece. Seriously, look at that. Look at that. $200. Well, $220. I don't remember. Anyway. How dare they? There's a bubble in there. Don't know why that's not sticking. I'm a bit sweaty, I think. But there's some overhang. I need to reposition that later. Yeah, this is not a good strategy to pre-glue. Maybe it'll bind over time. Well, I need those hairs. Oh well, that's the entire front hairline right there. If that doesn't stick down, I'm gonna have to re-glue that. You can see the Auschwitz tag so clearly through this sparse and the cornfield lines, just awful. And look over here, just dark. I'll come back and show you after it dries. Non-stop screens from the moment I wake up. I woke up at 11:45 p.m. So then I wake up at 12 hours. I feel screen. I've been wearing glasses. I can't see anything this close to my face anymore. I'm fucked. This is the hair dry. You might think, oh, that's fine, but it's not. Look at these straight lines, and there's nowhere to hide it. Nowhere to hide this. I have to give you a spin. Ready? Look at this proper camera. Yeah, look at this. That's what people see, and the wind's going to blow that back as well. There's no hiding this crazy fake hair. So as far as I'm concerned, unless I go into my emergency supply, I've run out of hair pieces. This is not good enough. I can't wear this. And look how shiny that is. Holy fuck. I did put some Brill cream in it. What the fuck is Brill cream anyway? It's just like some protein thing that doesn't hold your hair. Just makes your hairpiece shiny. Just quickly, I'll try to get rid of that shine just by... Oh. Obviously, I want to wash it with water, so that's going to wet it, and then you'll have to wait again. This is what it looks like dry, but this is what it actually looks like in the wind. I'm going to go for a walk because I've got to get the fuck out of this house. It looks fucking disgusting. So sparse. Fuck that. I don't know what to do. I'm serious. I'm fucking stuck. I don't care about hair that much. I don't leave the house. I'm fucking losing my brain here. I've just got to get it. I've got to push myself to get out of the chair. Stop playing chess with these fucking assholes. Anyway, I just wet my hair and put some muck in there. I think some of the reason why I don't recognize myself, besides the fact that I've just been looking at a screen, 2 screens, every day, the entire moment I'm awake. I lie down in bed, I look at my ceiling projector, I never unplug my headphones, ever. From every moment, every waking moment, my eyes are going bad, I gotta wear glasses all the time. Alright, so I need to go down the street. I need to interact maybe with people, but I'm scared because of the hair thing. Mostly the hair. I'm out of my brain a bit as well because of father mostly issues. Alright, so yeah, I was gonna just shave off some of this scraggliness. That wasn't down low enough. I think of life as temporary. Everything I do, I don't want it to be. It's just that I'm waiting. It's been my whole life fucking waiting. Waiting in vain. My father's... I thought there was no chance that he would have no feelings for me whatsoever and be willing to just remove me from his life, but I think now, all this time I've been hoping, just expecting that he did love me, and he would eventually give me some of his fucking time and thoughts and guilt. I think he's totally decided to just leave me out of his life completely. And he has. If I look back, he already has. The only times he's ever made any kind of connection with me at all is when other people were watching him. So he didn't lose face. So he's like, I tried, I did my best. It was my son, he's the bad one. That's how it's happened. He's just as evil as I exaggerated him to be. It's fucking crazy. My hair doesn't... I don't understand people whose hair just goes whoop, in the perfect directions. Like, that's not how my hair grows. It just yodels out. Oodles out. Noodles out. The least they could do is give me a haircut that looks right. Maybe I can fix it because this is the snip area and I didn't trim the bad stuff. Like this, for example, that seems... There's a line there for no good reason. And it's fucking brand new. It's too straight. Look at that. I should go get more scissors. These suck. That looks better already. Thank God. Too high, but not bad. It's fucking high, man. Way too high. But I'll tell you what, that massively improved it. It still looks like shit that up here and everything, but it just... Those lines coming straight down the front, it can't be that severe. Sparse those. That's way too high, isn't it? Whatever I do when I go outside, I'm definitely wearing sunglasses. have to wear a mask as well. I don't know if any of you have seen the riots on the news that have been happening in my city. I think there's some more today, more protests planned. The police are out in full force with tear gas and everything. $5,000 fine per protester as well. Anyone they catch, I don't know if they can catch everyone. I don't think this actually is a 2-inch haircut. Still see a whole bunch of shine happening up here. This stuff blows my mind. It defies the laws of physics. Seriously, I'm always shocked at how amazingly this gets rid of any plastic shine or anything. It took a lot of shopping around to find it. Years ago, before everyone started talking about it, because I was the one who found it. Remember that. It's terrible, terrible hairpiece. It's my hair as well, it's shit. But I would be more daring with this if it wasn't so sparse. Just remember, a couple of things. Make sure the front edge, the hairs are right on the edge. You don't want any plastic and then hairs. Or definitely not any lace either and then hairs. It's got to be hairs right up the front. Make sure it's cut and planned it out before you stick it on your head. It's better, because then you can line up the front nicer, unlike what I just did. Me lifting it now and trying to stretch it down, I could do that, but I'm not going to. I want to fucking obey. It's very windy outside. I can hear the window buffeting. I'm gonna have to wear a hat. Due to the wind, I decided to go for a brush back look. I've actually even sprayed it. I put a bit more of that shine killer on that terribly shiny plastic. It's just with the wind, there's nothing I can do. Also, I get the feeling that at this age, if I want to look even sort of successful instead of scruffy, I really do have to kind of figure out how to do a brush back look. Everyone's fluffing up at the back. It's not uniformly, you know, fucking coming with my head. Fuck no. Just look like an idiot. Anyway, who cares? I'm just gonna go drink. I don't know anyone in this city, to be honest. Don't know anyone. Just fucking walk around like as if I had a second life. I might have been walking around as a skeleton with the flesh hanging off my bones. Most people in the universe are dead, right? Most people are dead. I'm one of the lucky few. I get to walk around, I get to use my legs. Get the fuck out of here. Stop being trapped in like a prisoner on this fucking thing. Hey, darling.
And they have very complex genetic tolerance.
This is the puppy park in Richmond. So everyone comes to bring their dogs. It's the Coles development over there, and there's a police station I just walked into to ask about being scammed.
Yeah, she comes from Tasmania.
Puppy?
Her mother's not
Turner and Hooch pup.
and the father's a phantom colour, like black with tan tips. I'm losing my mind.
Hey, Nini?
What they call a ghost cat, which is a rare colour.
Puppy, 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 puppy.
Are they your poodles?
No.
Oh, they look like they've had a grooming. Alright, I'll try and get him in the photo. Get in the photo, Chad.
Puppy, puppy.
She's that short.
Hello, darling. Come on, puppy. Come on, puppy. Tiny face. Feet too big for your legs. Feet too big. You're so soft, aren't you, Grumpy?
Hello. Look at how pretty you are. Hello. Is this your dog?
No.
Oh, you're so beautiful. Look
You're
at
so
your little face. I'm gonna show you that quick. Oh, look at this one.
Yoink. Hey, Nini. So I've been walking around like this. My hair brushed back. It's quite windy, as you can see from these trees. I walked about 3 kilometers. One good thing about having a brush back look is the wind doesn't affect your hair. It gives you a stately appearance. But yeah, I wear a backpack and everything. I just hope that people can't see what's going on up here. It's in my best interest, I think, to have a brush back look whenever I can. I'm so used to having such a... It's just so haggard, my face, I mean. I am sleep deprived though, and I am, let's say, intoxicated. So, the thing is, I wasn't having one-on-one conversations with many people. I was in that dog park, but I think there was a lot going on, a lot of activity. Nobody was looking at me and analysing my face and stuff. Anyway, I did get an insight into swearing. There was a lady who was really swearing heaps. She was talking to me, she was asking me about computers and stuff, and I was like, I can tell you, but I don't fucking give a fuck, right? And it was like, she was from a different place. So, it made her, you know, unseemly. This guy just walked past with his top off. No mask, no top. I got a mask. I'll put on a sec. But that's just weird, man. But I get it.
And she is full on. She is full on. She's a little cracker.
Just like Masters of the Universe.
What was it?
God
She's
bless.
a spoodle. Yeah, he's a spoodle.
Little fluff balls. They're so cute.
Nearly 6 months. So, you know, similar. Yeah. I think I've seen it play up.
So my liquid diet, I stopped it. I've just been having reheated pizza and garlic bread for breakfast. Wake up at 11 p.m. Starting to be my wake up time. Not regular, just all over the place. So yeah, I've been putting weight back on. Not really back on, it just didn't seem to go away. That liquid diet idea did make me less hungry, and so if I'd kept on with that, yeah, I mean, my stomach was maxing out and I wasn't needing to eat very much. But I think there is something to be said about alcohol quenching your hunger, fulfilling you, making you not hungry. So that's pretty amazing. If you drink a lot of alcohol, you don't really get that hungry, because it somehow triggers your brain into thinking you're full. I don't understand how that works. Does that mean that liquid on its own is going to fill you up? Potentially, that was the theory with the milk, but milk bloats you, so... Anyway, this is still that 0.03mm poly hairpiece with the terrible lines, low density. You got the Auschwitz tag quite visible there. I haven't got any product in it. I had a shower this morning, dyeing the hair on both sides here. Predominantly got rid of the greys, but not completely. But I don't really mind so long as they're not blatant like they were before. This habit I have of putting product in my hair, it's probably a good habit to have because you look sort of just a little bit disheveled if you don't have any in. But in my case, first of all, it shines the plastic, which is very visible with this very medium light, low density, I would say, medium light density hairpiece. And also, I think it sort of makes you look a little bit unkempt. Hair can soften the face if it doesn't have anything in it. So there could be some product I could potentially use that would make it less fluffy. But the fluffiness is what's hiding the front hairline. I'm just concerned about the wind and so on, but it doesn't really want to stay where it goes, where I say to go. There is something called Frizzies. I'll give that a go. It doesn't really have any hold at all. It just, I think, potentially binds the hairs slightly together. I'm just going to use that much, which is not much at all. Probably be absorbed by my hands before I can even... Okay, that's an extremely small amount. Yeah, terrible hairpiece. I really feel like I should wear a hat at all times. Hopefully when I edit this, I'll be able to find some footage of the riots that have been happening. Not riots, just protests. 10 police officers were put in hospital. Nobody died because of any kind of protest violence or anything. Just flares and things were being thrown around, which is unusual for Australia. It's more of something you'd see in, I don't know, soccer or something. I woke up at 11. It is now 7:30 a.m. So that's about 8.5 hours of being awake. I usually start to fade after 8 hours of being awake. In the first 2 hours, I'm really lethargic and usually hungover as well. So I've only got a couple of hours left before I go. It's too hard to leave the house. I had a shower this morning already, so I'm probably gonna now stop playing chess, stop playing Fallout 4, and stop watching The Lighthouse, which is a crazy movie. And maybe just drive somewhere that I don't, like, I'll surprise myself. It is illegal for me to just drive without reason. There are only 4 reasons to leave the house or something. But you are allowed to socialize within 5 kilometer radius of your house. You're allowed to go for a 2-hour walk. Between the hours of 9 p.m. till 5 a.m, you get a $5,000 fine if you're caught in the street anywhere. You're not even allowed to walk home from where you were at. That's part of the deal. You've got to stay in the place until 5 a.m. But I've breached that a couple of times. But I mean, these kind of things where I just go, I'm laissez-faire about it. I let it do. Laissez, to leave, faire, to do. let it happen, laissez faire, to let happen, I suppose. Happen and do are same things, aren't they? It's hard. It's interesting when you learn a second language. You've got to figure out which words are clumped together, and you never really picture them to be together like that, but they actually, well, I guess they are. Happen and do. What's happening? How are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, so time to get out of here. Go for a walk. Test this out in the breeze. And get in the car. Just feel like I'm not in this house for a while. Look at this. Lush. Springtime. All of the other plants died. It's just this particular plant has been hardy enough to resist death so far. It's pretty good, isn't it? There are little bugs that have decided to move in. They must have come with the soil that I purchased. I don't know. They seem to spring out of the seed. You get one seedling and a bug in every seed. I don't know. Maybe they're just like the custodians and God put them in because you need pollination. So obviously you need a bug to be born out of that seed as well. So every seed is impregnated with an egg of some sort of larvae or something. I don't know. It's weird. Unless they just find it. I've never seen these insects before. I had these tiny little flies. They're tiny. I don't want to hurt them. They're like the gardeners. I leave them. They're just flying around here. You never see them anywhere else. They never explore. They only want to be here. They're cute, little bugs. They don't want to land on me and eat me or anything like that. No, they're fine. They just want to do the gardening. And seriously, they don't leave this meter. It's this cubic meter right here. That's it. They don't go anywhere else. It's amazing. Yeah. I'm going for a walk. I don't feel like it. I really don't. It's actually raining. I really don't feel like going for a walk, but that liquid diet thing, after I went for that big walk, that 10-kilometer walk, that's 5-6 hours, totally uncomfortable. Almost as uncomfortable as some people have been through worse things in their lives than this, okay? A lot of people suffered worse than what I'm suffering. Not the worst thing in the world. I don't like it. It's fucking awful. Probably have explosive diarrhea when I get home as well. Not that many people around. Fuck, I just wish I had some privacy. I mean, you'd think if you go for a walk in the rain, you'd find some people absent in the situation. Not that they really care. They're just looking at somebody talking because they know nothing else to look at. But I just hate being looked at, which is weird if I want to become that way. So I've got Coke Zero and this thing, fucking. My fat guts. The people doing personal training stuff over there. Strange that I would feel just as comfortable with my mask on a street corner in the rain and in the house. It's more refreshing here. I can feel the air. It is loud though, the cars, but it gives me some sort of sense of companionship. Occasionally there'll be people walking past. It's more than nothing. So here I am playing chess. Oh, I'm so lost, so lost. I think there's supposed to be more happening in my life by now. If I had peers, if my friends from high school hadn't abandoned me, then I might have got a sense of what I was supposed to be doing by this age, but I don't know what that is. I'm fucking lost, man. I'm supposed to come back triumphant as an actor or something. I didn't realise that everyone just gets married and fucks off, that's it. Because while they were abandoning me, I was waiting for years in faraway places. I come back and 20 years have passed and it's all over. So I'm driving to St Kilda, nearly here, because I'm going fucking nuts back in my place. It's the family. The family's fucking my head. I think when most people say family, they're talking about their own children and wife by my age. Potentially even their divorcee or their... Fucking, of course, my parents got separated when they were 36, I think. 44. Of course, yeah, by that age, I'd easily met both of my step-parents. I'm out of tune with reality, man. But I can't, there's too much... It's nice to see the ocean. We're in a pretty severe lockdown here. I don't even know if I'm breaking the law by driving to where I'm supposed to exercise. Don't know. I'll show you around a bit and then I'll play some chess in the car if I don't get in trouble. You're not really supposed to just sit in the car and play chess. You're supposed to walk or exercise or something. Anyway, it's good. Just fucking get the fuck out of there. It's 5 o'clock. It's 20 past 6 in the morning now. I left at about 5:59 a.m. Been watching chess videos and playing a bit of chess since I woke up at about 2 o'clock. Just hope the police don't catch me filming this. This is the Esplanade in Kilda. I mean, I should probably move to this area if I'm going to stay in Melbourne because there's nothing happening where I live. At least people are doing things around here. Much more stuff happening here. I could probably rent out my place and use that money. I don't even know where to get a coffee around here, but that's priority number one. There isn't a cafe at McDonald's here. Look, it's a good road system. Alright. Now it might not seem too bad to not wear glasses because I don't have a long distance problem, but when you drive, you need to see dashboard stuff. So you can't just have a problem with short vision, which I have. I have no problem seeing a distance, it's just close up. I think sleep deprivation and looking at screens all the time is probably not good for me. Maybe I want to go in here, get out of the car. I tried to go into a car wash the other day, but every car wash in Melbourne is closed. Has been for, we've been under lockdown for I think it's 230 days. When I say lockdown, I mean it's not that bad obviously if I'm going for a drive, but I'm probably breaking the law. This car park is $6 an hour, but I figured my coffee was about $6, so might be worth hanging out in here. Besides, I haven't really got any other expenses apart from occasional food. If I kept up that liquid diet, I mean, what I mean is I don't go out often enough to justify saving money. I don't go to a pub, so this car park should be the thing that I can do. Just gonna go down to the beach here. It's nice. It's wet, but I didn't know about this one. Beware of pufferfish. Watch the sunrise over the city. Better here, that's for sure. So I was thinking about giving up coffee and moving towards chai. Apparently has less caffeine. I just want to drink hot drink all the time. So this is soy chai latte. McDonald's. It's really yum. It's really good. It's like up there with chocolate. This is in Kilda Beach. This hairpiece is a piece of shit, by the way. This is the 0.06 60 micron hairpiece from Lordhair with a really low density, really shiny plastic. So, and the other thing is it's kind of slipping off on one side. I think the mix of alcohol and glue is a bit too low also. I've had it on for a while and haven't changed the glue for a while, so it's probably due for a refit. There are people here. It's good, huh? He's an interesting character. Excuse me, sir, I need to have a cigarette. I have too much crack and I need something in my mouth. Please, you got cigarette? I said, just this. And I knew he was going to approach the car because I've got smoke coming out. All the crackheads will approach me. Not that I knew there were many crackheads here, but people who are on drugs, homeless and poor. This is a very poor area, but still also rich as well, obviously. Everyone flocks to St Kilda. There's that. Anyway, I'm playing chess on the steering wheel right now. There's that guy over there. I've got to concentrate. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning. I've never seen this before. This is so much better than where I live, man. I should move to St Kilda. I know it's filled with crackheads and people trying to rip you off and stuff, but there's more adventure, you know. Of course there are more people who are living on the edge in an area that's kind of fun by the beach. It's expected. Melbourne has a population of about 4.5 million. It's not a small city, it's a good city. Very peaceful, low rates of crime, really. It's just cold and look at the sky. It's like middle of summer right now. No, it's not summer. Summertime gets very, very hot, 40 degrees. I suppose in old man speak, that's so 20/70, 25's 80, 30's 90, 35's 100, so 40's about 110. It'd be about 110 degrees mostly. Not mostly, but 5 or 6 days during summer will be 110 or 40 degrees. That's just in Melbourne. And Antarctica's just over here. I mean, pretty big swim if you want to swim. Look how glassy the water is. You see, we live in a bay. This is Port Phillip Bay. No waves at all. Perfect for snorkeling. And some people do kite surfing when the wind picks up, but it's usually choppier than this. This is pristine, beautiful. I love it. I love glassy ocean. I'm so used to Bondi Beach where it's just waves crashing non-stop. You can't. You've got to really be fit to swim in the waves like that non-stop. I always nearly drown in Bondi. That's why I can't surf. I can't swim strong enough. I can't swim strongly enough. It's nice of them to put these little chairs around the place so you have somewhere to sit. But I really feel like a cup of coffee because there's naked rabbit. I don't want to be pornographic here, but I think they are. Yeah, he's got a big schlong. Look at him. Mate, your lipstick's out. See? The dogs in Melbourne have big knobs. Now imagine living in one of those apartments. That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it? The problem is, between there and here is a busy road. It's like a freeway, just non-stop cars. So it's not the best. The ultimate cities of the world have beaches where there's a promenade. You need a promenade, but there's no road between the houses and the beach. I mean, the great thing about this is, if you live here, see, I'm looking over there. It's over there. What you want is to live here, inside one of these cafes or hotels or something. Right here. This is probably the best part of St Kilda. There's no centre of St Kilda except maybe over there. See that big orange building? Behind that, that's Luna Park. That's where Ackland Street is, where all the cakes and pubs. But really, it should be here. This is beautiful here. And also there's the Stoke House over there, that black building that did burn down. But that's a very fancy restaurant. What you could do is work in a place like that, but then you don't get to sit and enjoy it. I was thinking about that, but could I be bothered staying on my feet as a waiter or something? Because it's a quick job to get. I mean, it's easy to get a job as a waiter, right? Seriously, just non-stop. What is this? Commitment. Swimming out there in a wetsuit. Crazy. Anyway, the world is going on. Look, even though we're in lockdown, there are still people around here at fucking crack of dawn. Just because I know something about this. So those fancy buildings, I don't know how much it is to live in one of those glassy ones, but that ugly one just over there that looks like it should be torn down, along with all the 5G towers on top of it, that's about $460 a week to live in there. Studio apartment, not a one bedroom, just a studio. $460, overlooking the ocean and overlooking Luna Park. The size was okay, but you would definitely need storage, and I'm not sure that there was anything more than just a carport. There's no lock-up garage or anything, so there's no storage of any kind. Do you want spaciousness or do you want environment? So if you live in a house filled with, I don't know, backpackers or something, you have fun all around you, but then you've got to deal with all the mess. What you want is a kitchenette or something in a share house. You can totally set up a nice big apartment with a nice big house with an ensuite and a kitchenette, so you don't have to worry about everyone else's shit. You have your own fridge in your bedroom and stuff. That's like having a studio. And if it was big enough, you could totally set it up like a studio, but then you get to socialize in the main lounge area with all the people. The problem is though, you can't make any noise or whatever if people are asleep. But usually there's a party atmosphere, so it's usually better than living by yourself. So just to show you some of the layout, we've got the beach right here, which is always cold to swim in. There are people sunbaking and stuff, not much shade or anything, but then you come through here, the main sort of road over here a bit. 2 levels of road. This is the more busy road, this is Beach Road. Along here, it keeps changing its name, I don't know if it's still called Beach Road here, it could be called St Kilda Road here. And it's a tall palm tree, I like it. And just over there, that's McDonald's and the main strip, I should say. There are little pathways and things around the place. You can explore through the beach land and stuff. Usually find syringes and shit around here, condoms and things. Then away, injections and fucking go hand in hand. But should occasionally find some homeless people sleeping in the bushes. This is the Stoke House. Fancy restaurant. Look at the view. It actually did burn down. I don't know how it happened. Probably kitchen. So crossing the road from the beach past Luna Park, which is all just white, it's just car park and nothing. This street has residents, but in between the Palladium and Luna Park over here, there's something called Cavill Street. And if I had a couple of $100 million, I'd probably buy that street from the council and say, listen, let's turn that into an entertainment district filled with bars and cafes and stuff. Because there's really nothing between the beautiful beach zone and action over here. So it's a waste of potential. In the future they might do it. These streets, these apartments and stuff along here are a residential problem when you want to make some noise. Because I was a street performer for a long time. Often I'd see people making music with drums and stuff. There are a few hippies around here as well. So they like to get into drumming circles and have some alcohol. Especially in this grassy area over here. But the police always come and fuck it up now because they're so strict about alcohol around here for no good reason at all. I mean, I'm sure there's been a couple of bottles left around occasionally. Rarely any violence of any kind. But yeah, it's not good enough reason to extract happiness from the people. What the hell's the point of life, really? The whole point is to maintain a minimum standard of living so that people can have better lives. Over here they've got some little community garden, which is good, but really only for the people who are involved in it. It's only like, let's say there are 10 people involved in this, provided for the whole community. I mean, I could probably walk through there and pick some mint or a grape or something if I wanted to. But it's a fun little thing to have here, like this little garden, but really the potential is so much more here, and it's a waste. And it'll be 50 years that I won't ever get to see it before it becomes good. So in the meantime, I should probably move cities. There's nothing much happening here, and I'm not going to speak to my family. Why the fuck am I choosing to live in this city? Because I'm set up now. It's too hard to keep moving. Okay, so we came from the beach. That's Luna Park. We're still in Kilda. My car's parked over there, being charged $6 an hour, but it maxes out at $22. So maybe I'll just spend the day wandering around here, but there's nothing open. Hopefully there's one cafe, but you're not allowed to sit down in there or anything. This is Ackland Street now. This is the main street of St Kilda. There's another street down there called Fitzroy Street. Little streets kind of crisscross around it and so on, but really the main two streets are here, Ackland Street, a bit of Carlisle Street down there, and then Fitzroy Street up the hill. And there is some good vegetarian places around here. So, you know, it might be worth living around here. Mostly because of socialising. See, there's a guy lying on the gutter over there. See, homeless people don't have to wear masks or respect the curfew at all. Here's what I like to see. I'm not used to all this stuff being commissioned by the council, or there's just general graffiti, but I like it, it's colourful. This place used to have more stuff on the rooftops, I thought. Like more statues and things. Looks like it's all been torn down. I thought there was like a spaceship crashed into the side of a building up here somewhere. But it's apparently gone, that's shit. Becoming a little bit too commercialised. Now this has been closed off to cars, but there's still, you know, tram danger, so you can't just walk around in the middle of the street. And this is a terminus. This trams just stop up here and that's it. So there's a little area up there which is okay for sitting and having a coffee, but not now because it's all fucking locked down and shit. Yeah, there used to be more statues and things around. I really seriously thought that there was some kind of spaceship that used to be on the side of a building, but must be gone. I can't see it anywhere. What? Where? I don't know what you're talking about. Just want to find a coffee now. All aboard. You get smunched in there. See, it's not really for pedestrians, is it? and that's where they end. So that's in Kilda. How good there are still some stuff. Blocked. So this is the corner of Blessington and Mitford. There's a nice little bar over there that I like. It's usually got jazz music. And looks like there's a nice place to get some coffee over here. And then down there is just like parks and stuff leading down to the beach. And over there's Elwood. Elwood's a very leafy suburb. It's beautiful. If you're rich, I'd put Elwood above Toorak. It's a place to live. Because Toorak's just basically freeways, unless you live in one of those super mansions, which is just a big gate over the front of your hedge. Yeah. But St Kilda has more happening. There's nothing really happening around Toorak. I saw a little bit of the movie Australia last night. I saw Hugh Jackman, Nicole Kidman, both looking fucking hot. Hugh Jackman in the movie Australia has the best looking hair I've ever seen on a person, on a man. Women have good hair all the time. So it made me think I should care more about my looks. I know I'm trying to just not look bald, but that's not enough. First things, I mean, I'm going to miss out on all the good things life has to offer if I don't lose weight. And the liquid diet hasn't worked. I went for some walks and then I stopped going for walks. I need to seriously go for more walks. And when I go for walks, sometimes I see people who are running. And that seems so far off what I do now. It seems impossible. I can't believe I ever ran in my whole life. But I do remember running when I see them run. So hairy shoulders and back are out of the question. Obviously this is not a long-term solution for this back and shoulder hair problem. But it's better than nothing for now. If I cared enough about my appearance, I would have good clothes that suit and fit me. And I'd get in shape. And I'd look in the mirror more often. I mean, I often look in the mirror for the sake of hair. Just putting it on my head. But that's the only reason. I ignore my face and my body. But really, now that I've got a full-length mirror installed in my apartment on the wall there, I can totally get a proper perspective of how people perceive me. And the thing is, I look at my face and head and shoulders in the mirror, usually, and then I'm like, why aren't people treating me well? What have I done? And then I look at my confidence level, which is stupidly high. I know I'm shy in a lot of ways, but in terms of getting my point heard and all sorts of stuff, if you haven't got the looks to back up, at least looking respectable and well dressed or something like that, or some sort of moticon, is that the right? Some reason to have respect in terms of your appearance, you're not going to be respected as somebody who's allowed to speak confidently. People don't tolerate it. They'll think you're delusional and arrogant. They won't respect you by default for your appearance and thus listen, and then you talk with confidence. They go, that suits him to have that confidence. When you're fat, or even have a high-pitched voice like me, I get a lot more, my respect levels rise up hugely when I'm slow and calm and hungover and my throat's down here and I speak like this, like I've been drinking all night. I just basically speak like this and I really turn my head slowly and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not phased about too much, I just can't really be bothered. That kind of thing, it's amazing how much more people respect you. And I think women are looking out, expecting to be looked at by every guy Like if that was my reality, I'd be like, oh fucking, I won the lottery. This is amazing. No need to become a rock star anymore. All I had to do was have a pair of tits, and I could win that kind of perfect lifestyle. And I can't believe they still complain. Women's lives are light years above men. Well, they're young anyway. It'd be terrible though to lose your looks as a female as you get older, because it's like having everything taken from you. Let's just hope you were a nice enough person. During those days of being extremely powerful. Because the power of women wanes as they get ugly. I suppose it's true for anyone, but men can never really achieve the same level of power as women. Because women simply do not feel attraction to men in nearly the same way. Women are like snakes, they can go for months without fucking even thinking about cock. Not vice versa for men. And if you're gay, man, you're still thinking about cock. That's why it's like a big festival of fucking dicks when you're gay. And they live that way. The gays have a fucking awesome life. Once you're out of the closet and you're in part of that party world, you're gonna get as much sex as you want. As a man, which is insane. It's like every man's dream. Hetero men do not get that. Unless they're rock stars. That's why everyone wants to become a rock star. Women can be a rock star as well as being hot, and they've got double power. So Marilyn Monroe, huge. Although Elvis Presley seemed powerful too. Maybe I'm wrong. But in everyday life, the dream of all men is to attract as much pussy as possible. Unless they've had so much pussy that they can just take it for granted and go, I'm not fussed but phased by such things. Like a cunt. It's like, well, if you're not phased, share all the pussy with the other boys. You selfish piece of shit. Let's do that. Too small. 10 to 12. It's 1 centimeter because it's maximum height in that. That'd be 12, that'd be 10 millimeters. So 1 centimeter. I still have to do all that, but I'm not going to. I'm still considering getting a, was it $800 for a freaking vacuum haircut machine? What's it called? The Honey Bee or something? Flow Bee. It looks really cheap and nasty, but I don't know if I can be bothered making one. Probably just have to. That's not good. Sort of blend that. Yeah, I feel really exposed with this shitty hairpiece. But the main problem is really just my corpulence, just being fat like this. It's not, I'm still fat. After all that fucking walking and liquid dieting, it's insane. I can't remember who it was, but one of you wrote that fat cells can only increase, they never decrease. They can only shrink and expand. Vice versa that. That's fucked up, isn't it? So anyone who's ever been fat before is going to be easily getting fat for the rest of their lives. So never get fat in the first place, basically, is the moral of that story. It's not fair, is it? Anyway, I will... It's getting hot. Still always the same temperature in this room, though, for some reason. I don't believe that thing. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 19 degrees Celsius. Today, expect a high of 19 degrees.
It's 19 degrees, and it says expect a high of 19 degrees. So that's not hot weather. But I am going to go for a walk with a backpack filled with alcohol because this guy invited me to go and have an illegal drinkies with him. We do that sometimes because sanity. And it's good. He's a new guy. My friend, my cousin's friend. So that's worked out. It's good. She introduced me to him. She thought we might get along, very different opinions, but still we get along. He's 54 or something. We do. We're gonna have some drinks and watch music videos and stuff. He's way into the 70s. Got to do something about this style. But then I want this to be fluffy. My face is so round like a tomato. Maybe t-shirts need to be V-necked to suit me now with shorter hair because I've got a round face. I guess the more oval face you have, the more you can get away with a rounded t-shirt. The other thing is, I've never seen a t-shirt for sale that's big, has a big hole for the head for sale. I've seen them in movies for Americans. America gets clothing that's 10 years ahead of Australia. And we do copy you. We never copy Italy with their fucking pointy, shiny shoes that don't match their outfit. And the thing is, in Sydney though, it's not, we can't just talk about Australian fashion because Melbourne and Sydney, the two biggest cities in Australia, we're 1,000 kilometres apart, both on the east coast. They don't wear socks in Sydney. I lived there. They don't wear socks. Should have a big sign, welcome to Sydney. You will be fined, which is the first thing that greets you when you enter into Sydney. And then, no socks allowed. I don't even know what to put in my hair to make this. Because the thing is, if I put too much product, it'll clump all this. And look at that shine, holy fuck. Is that because it wants to lift? Yes. Basically air under there. This is all sliding off, isn't it? I cannot be bothered doing all that. I'm just going to add glue, fresh glue to old glue. It's better than nothing. And just given that I cannot be bothered doing anything, that's what I will do. Can't be bothered waiting for that to dry, etc. He said he'll be home by 10:30 a.m. so we can start drinking. 7 minutes ago, but he hasn't called me yet on this phone. So I'm just going to layer over this. I'll scratch some of that out. This hairpiece is terrible anyway. I just want to get rid of it, but then the next hairpiece is going to be the same as this one. Because like I said, I got like a year's supply of this stuff. I hardly ever really go out and see anyone close up. I'm not doing any auditions for my agent. Haven't been pushing it though. But they only ever give me TV commercial auditions, which is not what I'm made for. I've been trained as an actor. Any comedy or something. All right. This is the, I think it was 2-to-1 mix of alcohol and Ultra Hold. It's going to drip, so I've got to be careful. It took about a week to infuse. I didn't really shake it or stir it. Stirring it probably would have helped, but it didn't really want to mix together for the first long period of time, which is why it always failed in the past. I don't know how old the glue can be before you start mixing it with alcohol. In this instance, I basically mixed it on day 1 after opening it, so it was completely fresh glue mixed with alcohol. But I assume that the alcohol would somewhat dissolve any kind of dried out glue, so you could restore glue that you were contemplating discarding. I'm not getting the fucking door. It's probably a delivery. I'll have to go and pick it up, but worst possible timing. I heard the gate open. Maybe they'll bring it upstairs for me. But let's hope it's not some relative I'm not speaking to who've decided to surprise me. That's happened over the years. Let's knock at the door. I'm a bit scared. That was a familiar kind of knock as well. Hopefully it's just delivery. Delivery people would only knock once. If a signature is required, they might go to the effort of coming up and knocking, but generally they would just leave a "sorry we missed you" card in the letterbox. I've got to go and stand in front of the fan, let this dry, okay? It's ever so shiny. How fucking shiny that is. Why does the shine end there? Why does it go up to there? Shine and just all that area. It's so weird, isn't it? So fucking shiny. I hate this hairpiece so much. One day I might come out of the closet as a baldy and just say, you know what, I'm gonna wear a hairpiece from now on. I used to wear them and I stopped for a while, but I prefer it. And then I'll be like, and people will be like, huh, you're wearing a hairpiece? Yeah, no, he tells everybody. He knows he wears it. What do you do about it? It's like, he doesn't like the look of being bald. He doesn't want to shave his head. He says he's got the head of that retarded monkey from Planet of the Apes. Don't you mean the ape? Monkeys are not apes. He just says monkey. It sounds funny. He likes the word monkey. He likes turkey, monkey, any kind of cute little keyword, puppy. He likes any word that sort of ends in a cute little way. Onwards with this shine killer. Try the front of this. And it's still kind of dirty, but the shine has gone away immediately. It's amazing. I love it. It's amazing stuff. Shine Killer. Buy it if you don't have it. This has lasted me 5 or 6 years, maybe 10 years. I don't know. Well, I hardly ever use it, but still, if I ever need to use it, it fucking just works, and I've never lost it. Never dried out. Always put the lid back on. Clicks on easy. Nice packaging. Not great to hold. Slips out of your fingers easily, but the lid just clicks in. It's not like a screw all the way down. It just clicks into position. All screw-on lids should be like that. It's fucking awesome. Instead of just tightening it until you feel like it's finished. Whatever the fuck they've done with this design and this lid, listen. I love that. It's the best lid. Undo all the other lids. Oh, that's pretty convenient. I've done that a few times, haven't I? But definitely not this one. This is like, who keeps that? I'm gonna hold on to this thing. It's too much. Not sure what to do with this. I might just leave it. At least it'll hold in the wind. It's not big enough to act as a sail. When this kind of dries out a bit, it'll I'm wearing a mask anyway. It's like I could go rob a bank. Doesn't matter what I look like, does it? At least I don't look bald. That's the main thing. My hair's fine now. Walk out in the wind, it'll blow around like this anyway. What the fuck's different if I make it nice? I tried looking. I sprayed it back the other day. Then I watched back some footage of me talking to the camera with my hair all plastered back like that. It looks so shit. It was just completely unrelated to the buffiness at the back. Because my hair buffs a lot, right? And then at the front it was just like really thin and it was straight back, right along the skull. It looked awful. Better off looking like I don't care. Rather than I care and I'm wearing glasses and this is how I've decided to look and I'm fat. And I don't know it. People walking behind me pretending like, you know, on A Beautiful Mind where they imitate his walk. I'm sure that's happened to me during my fat times. It's not good. You are a loser if you're fat. There's no question. I am beautiful no matter what they say. And words won't bring me down. Oh no. So don't get really down today. I'm not trying to bring you down, I'm trying to bring you up by telling you how shit you are, and then therefore making you decide I'm going to elevate myself and not making do with shit. Not telling myself I'm beautiful no matter what, because it's what's on the inside of the rotten onion that counts. Make every layer beautiful all the way to the outside. And the inside as well. Don't be an outside beautiful. Yes, I love everybody. Bring me the child. Right? Just keep it nice all the way to the end. And if you want to be one of those nice people who forgives rather than seeks justice. By the way, forgiveness can often cause a lot of pain and suffering for those who are trying to get justice and end an extreme amount of pain and suffering from the power abuser. But by you giving a carte blanche, I've patted Hitler on the back and said he's all right with me. How about the rest of you, hey? How about the rest of you can forgive and forget? Fuck off. Forgiveness is a very damaging thing to do, especially if other people are involved. If it's just you as the victim, fine, go ahead. Lie to yourself about how you've forgiven them and just constantly hold a grudge internally until you go crazy. So it's been a few weeks, I suppose, since I put a post up. I guess I'm just filming bits and pieces along the way. I'm still wearing this shitty hairpiece. It's not actually glued down properly. Put some shine killer along the front there. So we've been into lockdown for about 270 days here in Victoria, my state. But I am allowed to go for a walk. That's what I'm doing now. It's good. See occasional people just having a drink at the park. I don't know if they're about to play the drums or something. It would be good to hear some live music. So I guess I'm just gonna keep walking. I didn't bring any alcohol with me because the last few days I've poisoned myself. And yeah, it's pretty embarrassing to think about. The sort of things I did where I talk when I'm drunk. I don't know. But life is too boring not to drink. So I will be passing a bottle shop on the way to the park. A park, another park. Other parks along the way, which is good. A lot of nature here. Yeah. Anyway. Got no real commitments, still not really talking to my family, so I feel pretty isolated. But yeah, this hair length I shaved a bit too much around here and stuff, so it doesn't match up, but I'm glad to get rid of the scraggles. So I might have to like properly learn how to do this 2-inch haircut, because it can really minimize the front hairline ever being exposed, and it makes styling the hair just a matter of doing that, which is really easy. So I should really figure out how to do that, even though my favorite hairstyle is well, people with straight hair have the most amazing hair, they do whatever they want. But if you look at somebody with wavy hair, for example, look at Hugh Jackman in the movie Australia, it's insane how good his hair looks. His tan doesn't hurt either. So I'm in this dog park. It's fucking amazing. Love it. It's like Disneyland for dogs. I love it. I don't feel pain in all my body like I usually do, which is unbelievable. I don't understand what's going on. I think because yesterday after I recovered from being absolutely smashed, I kind of recovered nicely and looked after myself or something. Yeah, but yeah, this is a great place. I always wanted to have friends so we could go to the park and hang out and stuff, but I never had any. So I'm about to go for a walk, and I can tell you something. This hairpiece is not gonna do well in the wind, because remember how I just over glue? It doesn't have any stick. It just, if the glue is stuck to here or there, it disconnected from here anyway, so. But I can't be bothered. I'm only going down the street. I probably have a mask on the whole time. And yeah, I'll hang out in that dog park again. It's the only place around here that matters. Look how well my plants are doing. That's getting pretty good. It smells, well, I don't know if it's tomato. Does that seem like tomato to you? I planted a whole bunch of things and most of them died. In fact, everything died. There's this little thing here. I don't know what that little one is. And yeah. This is how I water the plants. Now initially, yeah, they're flattened down because they can't withstand that kind of pressure. Initially it's killed a lot of them. But, you know, by the next day, by tomorrow, they'll be popped back up again. Maybe even in a couple of hours. I don't know where they get the strength to push themselves back up, but I don't really know much about the muscles that plants have. But I know, generally speaking, well, not generally, trees, I was thinking, are stronger than humans. Not that it wouldn't beat us in a fight with chainsaw, but if I go and punch a tree, I'm the one that's going to be injured. The tree's going to be like, don't care. So I'm going to go for this walk. Thankfully, DHL just came and picked up this broken blinds motor that I've set up. broken, so they're going to repair it. And, well, not them, Soma. They're going to replace it or fix it or something. That's good. It gives me a chance to use my hands, which were not going to be available because I would have had to hold that parcel and remember to put it in the letterbox downstairs for them to pick it up because I was going to leave. Just daily shit. You don't need to know about this. Anyway, I'm going to take the garbage out. Maybe someday soon I'll take this entire thing off, clean it, because there's nothing wrong. No hairs have been lost and nothing's been chipped away at. It's the 0.06 millimeter still that I had probably a month ago. Still wearing it. I'm guessing a month. It's probably less than a month, given that usually I don't wear things for longer than a month. But given that I haven't really taken it off, cleaned it and put it back on again properly all the way through, it might have just been resting on my head a bit for a while. And it doesn't look great all the time, but anyway, I'm going for a walk. I'll yeah, be able to see the sky. Yesterday I took off my hairpiece because it was just lifting too much and the glue's just deteriorated over weeks, so it was time. But I'm just putting this new one down now. I'm using my stencil to measure out where the, I don't know, my fingernails are dirty. To put where this goes, I put an H here because it almost looks symmetrical. So I'm going to mark that with the marker and then cut out that excess so it matches more with the back of my perimeter. Now I'm going to pre-glue this entire hairpiece all the way to about there, because that's going to be my front hairline. Even though this is the back of a hairpiece, the fucking Auschwitz tag that can't come off. It will be another shit hairpiece. I don't know why they made it this way. I never objected, but was desperate because that's all they had in stock. But it is shit. Anyway, I'm gonna put this on that down to about there, so that front hairline I'll do last when it's on my head. That will avoid me smushing this around when I'm putting it into position and getting glue all over my forehead. Yeah, every window of my apartment, there are people looking in. I have to wear a hat when I haven't got a hairpiece on. Fuck's sake. Alright, this is the 2-to-1 tincture of Walker Tape Ultra Hold mixed with alcohol that I put on to this, pre-glued it. I left this bit mostly, this is the front hairline, which is actually the back of a hairpiece, you understand. Because I want to get 2 hairpieces out of one to save money. So this is worth $100, this hairpiece, okay? This last one that I took off, I don't know if this was the one, oh no, here it is. There's nothing different about it since the day I put it on, except it's covered in glue on the back and I can't be bothered cleaning it. It was all shiny, and the way I got most of that glue to stop shining was just to dab it with a dried out baby wipe. So it looked less daunting in terms of slippery and disgusting. This one is brand new glue. So, and this has been pre-cut. So I could put this back on my head, being all disgusting and everything, but what I need to do, and it's already, has daylight saving kicked in? Because my computer's giving me a different time. I'm saying more like 3:49 on my other clock. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:50 p.m.
3:50. No. So I was planning to drive half an hour. It won't let me change to the hour. There we go. As you can see, I've still lost basically no weight at all. I have tried. I really have tried. Then I went back to, you know, occasionally eating a full meal like I did all the time before. It's almost impossible. I don't understand why it's so fucking hard. I've been going for 4-kilometer walks nearly every single day instead of sitting down in a chair non-stop every day. That's an increase of like 20,000% of my usual exercise. So if I'm constantly staying fat like this all the time with no exercise, and then I started doing huge amounts of exercise, why would that remain stable? Huge amounts of exercise, lowering the amount I eat, and it just remains stable in terms of how fat I am. This is fucking bullshit. I need more concrete evidence of what's happening, but I don't want to be looking at scales, all right? Because scales aren't my guts. They're not my belt notches. So I'm gonna have a shower. I'm gonna shave this off, this shave zone. And then I'm gonna have a shower. This is gonna be another shitty hairpiece. It doesn't mean that I'm lacking education about how to buy a good hairpiece. Just I don't have the money to do that. All right, so I'm stuck with this year's supply. And from my experience, and that is experience, trying to contact a company and get them to send it back, it takes months, especially during COVID. The last custom order took 7 months. It's a fucking joke, man. So, and for the last few orders I've made have been way below the sort of expected quality that you would want. The usual quality pre-COVID. So I'm gonna shave my shave zone now with a razor, wherever the fuck that is. We don't use this one. Why? That's right, because the edges are too thick. Use this one, thin, get right up. Got a couple of less blades, but get right up to the edges more accurately. It's amazing. The water pressure no wonder I'm noticing a huge difference when doing the dishes. The water pressure coming out of here when I put hot and cold on. You seeing this? This is hot, cold. Come with me, watch this. Oh, I fucking can't without my hat. And this is my new sink that cost $1,000, maybe $2,000. Ready? Looks nice, right? That's okay. So this is my brand new sink, which I fucking love. But the water pressure on this thing is fucking ridiculous in a bad way. Look at that. That's the maximum. Hot, cold. It's about 1/10 of the water pressure because of little valves and shit inside all of this to try to force us to use less water, but it makes me use more water or the same amount of water, but with less happiness. Okay, so the main thing about these razors, I was talking about the thickness on the top and bottom, but really it's those edge bits. How far is it from that outside edge to the inside there where the blade begins? With this one, it's less, so I can get more accuracy. I put my little finger to stop the razor blade from going into my real hair, my good hair. So without water pressure, you can't push the hairs out of the blade gaps. You need water pressure for cleaning. So I'm reluctant to upgrade my toilet or anything either, because modern toilets have a they don't clean the toilet bowl after you take a shit. That's what the plumber said. He said, I wouldn't change it. Even though this is a shitty old toilet, the new toilets are just so limited. So we've gone backwards in technology to accommodate the environment. I want the environment to be happy, and I want the world not to be destroyed by humanity's greed for luxury, like was what I'm demanding right now. But find a better way without taking away like luxuries that we've spent hundreds of years working towards achieving. I really don't think there's a need to remove luxury from the world in order to save the world. Like, for example, you wouldn't say there's too much carbon dioxide in the world, everybody hold their breath from this moment forward. Everyone's going to have a valve put over their throat so they can't breathe more than their fair share. Not a valve, it's a limiter of some sort. So like, yeah. I don't know what it's called. It might actually be called a limiter. It's like a smaller O-ring. Like a washer, sort of bottleneck piece of rubber or something to force less water through. Wouldn't be surprised these days if they're just actually using pipe sizes to force it to be smaller. And so that shop that I'm talking about closes at 5, and it's half an hour drive away. So for me to put on this hairpiece and have a shower and all the other things, get changed, wait for that to dry, redo the front bit, I can't do it, it's impossible. It's a matter of time. I'd have to leave in half an hour and I want to, fuck, let's see what I can do. Oh, okay, I just had a full-on shower. Even leaving this on my scalp for 3 to 5 minutes to stop all the flaking, because I've got scabs going on up there because I haven't showered often enough during COVID, which is why I had dark fingernails. But now they're clean because I had a proper shower. Only took 15 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do now is put this hairpiece on my head. It's fucking humid in here though. 67% humidity. I think that's probably a lot to do with having shower water molecules floating around in here. I need the fan, it's going to be noisy. Alright, 60 seconds of fanage. Let's see if that humidity level goes down. I don't know how long it takes for the scents to evaporate or whatever's going on in the addle. But I'm in a hurry. But I'm making good time. I have to give myself a haircut as well in this amount of time. So this is pre-glued except for that front sliver. I'm covered in sweat up here, so that can't happen. Alright, it's getting up towards summer now. I need to start putting a fan in here. And since my brother-in-law sort of bailed on me with the works, I'm going to maybe build my own table system in here, because this is fucking ridiculous trying to balance everything on this fucking bench that's this big. There's one quick solution in times like this, and that is just put on the last hairpiece you took off. You took it off because you didn't like it anymore, but it's quicker than putting on a new one and cutting and everything, and that will give me ample time, and I don't care if I get sweat on this as well. So maybe I'll just do that. I wanted to try to impress you by making it fast and everything, but I want that to last for at least a month. So I'll simply put this on my head again, which sounds like a bailout, cop out. And it will make my head all slimy and everything, but at least I've shaved it. So next time I just have to clean my scalp. It's all gross and disgusting. Yeah, it was really wise of me, or was expected of me really, to modify the size of my stencil and go back in, and before putting these things on my head from this point onwards, just going back in and cutting them all to the actual size. So this is no longer a symmetrical leaf anymore. This goes deeper and this is shallower, because that's the way my head is shaved. I could shave deeper, but there's no benefit. It's only risking the center part of a hairpiece being constituting part of the back of, this is a back half as well. That's a back half as well. I'm not explaining it to you. It's obvious. All right. And also, this is episode 300 and something, so go back and watch the others if you don't understand, because it's obvious now to everyone who's watched it for a long time. Anyway, the thing is, I get 2 hair pieces out of a hairpiece, out of a topper. It arrives as a topper, it goes from there to there. Now, I only need there, so I cut it in half. This front is always pretty good. This back half is always kind of dodgy. This is the dodgy half, that's the dodgy half. They're partials, okay? And I'm using the back end of hair pieces to save money. Why don't I do custom? I have. Go back and watch the thousands of videos of me making custom. It wasn't 1,000, I don't give a fuck. Thousands of seconds worth of me talking about it anyway. All right? Well, it looks like I'm gonna make it. It's about 4:45 and they close at 5, so it's pretty fucking good, isn't it? Obviously I haven't styled my hair or anything, but at least I don't have to go through the embarrassment of being seen without a hairpiece. I mean, that'd be pretty daring. When I was younger, I might have dared to do that, but obviously I don't want to be bald and seen as bald, so I've made this choice for a reason. I think I've got some kind of sticky residue on the camera or something. Anyway, yeah, you don't really have to worry about parting or brushing your hair as much when it's this short. Fluffing around the front is better. I just lost a couple of hairs. This hairpiece is kind of falling to pieces. Not as bad as you might think, but it's a month old or whatever. And like I said, I didn't want to have to apply glue again. I just wanted to freaking throw it away. That's what I do. 1 month usage, $25 a week sort of thing. That's how I think about it. That's how much I pay for hair pieces, $25 a week. And that's an expense that I can live with. Which is why, you know, buy $200 hair piece, you get 2 out of it, it's $100. One lasts for a month, and then you've got to clean it. But I don't want to clean it, so I just throw it away, and then that means that I don't have to worry about it. The chore, you know. Anyway, I can't be bothered talking. Yeah, look at that. This is the 0.06 millimeter hairpiece that Lordhair sent me. It's only a day old. Of course the R's in, but still. This is why you cannot ever choose medium light density with a poly piece. And I say you shouldn't order medium light with a lace piece either, because the glue is visible with lace and the plastic is visible with the poly, and the V-loops and the cornfield lines are visible with the poly. You can see this line of dirt that's appeared even after 1 day. I don't know how like that happens. I didn't go and dip my head in mud or something. I went to the shops like this. I got a Boost juice from some young kid. Well, they probably are kids. They're all young girls, not fully grown, right? Judging me as an old man, right? I'm not like some pin-up boy they wish that one day they could be with. No. I'm some fat, fucking, ugly, bad-looking dude with grey hairs and stuff. Not that I want them, I just want, my childhood dream was to be a poster boy in some magazine or some fucking thing, being on television, all sorts of things like that. Never happened. Now I'm just stuck with you lot, innit? Yeah. Look at this. Not a good look. On the upside, I just fucking came up with $387. I'm not sure if they're going to sell it to you for that price, but I got it for $387 including delivery. 3 hair pieces from New Times Hair. Now I know they're the people who did the injection stuff, which was disaster, but they also gave me that blonde stuff, which, even though I couldn't dye it effectively, it seemed to be good condition hairpiece. Now, the 0.03, they couldn't give it to me at medium density, and I said, why not? And they said, no, you can't stitch it that much, it'll rip. So everyone else does it, whatever. Just give me 0.06. I said, yeah, we can do that. Medium light to medium. I'm like, that sounds like it could be medium light or it might be medium. Do you have hairs per square inch? There's no industry measuring system. There's no unit of measurement in density in hair, and it should be. It just says 100% or 110%. It's like, what the fuck's going on? What are you talking about? Just tell me how many hairs per square inch. I can give you a direct comparison then. No, I didn't like the one that was 90% or the fucking 300 hairs per square inch. How many hairs do you reckon there are in a square inch? There to there. I'm not going to measure it, but the people who thread it, they should know. Remember, every V is 2 hairs, right? So, fucking, I don't know. That's whatever that is. That's way too low. Got to clean up the hairline, but I'm not going out very often. I went out just today. I got some screws. I've got to try to fix something, and I got some. I couldn't just go into the store and buy it. You've got to just order it through the internet, drive there, wait in the car park, and they bring it out to you because the delivery system's fucked. Half the mail system's gone on strike, and before then it was already like a 3-week delay on something you ordered yesterday, right? Where it usually comes the next day, in a lot of cases. That's why Amazon is good. They've got like just Indians just driving around delivering stuff everywhere in shitty old cars. They don't care. We don't need proper mail trucks. It takes too long anyway. So they've really sorted you out. That's why companies like that disrupt the industry, and it's fucking awesome. I love them. Like Virgin Blue, an airline that came to Australia, they charged airfares between Melbourne and Sydney, one of the most travelled routes in the world, which is now our flight. They went from like $350, which we were usually paying, and they were just charging $89 for a flight. Changed everything, and then you started seeing flight deals for $29. The train cost $110. So an hour on the plane, fuck yeah. It's amazing. These disruptive services, Uber, I know it fucking fucks people over, but Uber Eats got home delivery, everything. Before you have to keep a whole bunch of pamphlets on top of the fridge. Now you just go one-stop shop, menu log or Uber Eats or something. Also Uber in general, it's so much better than taxis. They were shit, man. I'm so happy with that. The world has improved. Even though in my life it hasn't, because I fucking hate life and I want to die. Because it's all about people for some reason. I can't get it out of my head that my family's abandoned and betrayed me, etc. I'm really pushing them to try to do something before I do something. We'll see if they do, and then we'll see if I do. At the moment, I'm just trying to fix some things around the house. I've been trying to figure out how to... My God, this has only been on for a couple of days, but it's so fucking embarrassing to wear this. And apparently on the 21st of October, it's now the 17th of October, 2021. On the 21st of October, apparently, we'll be allowed to leave our houses, even after 9 p.m. Between 9 and 5 at the moment, the past, I don't know, year or so, we haven't been allowed to leave the house between 9 and 5 p.m. 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. We also haven't been able to travel within past 5 kilometres from our houses. So in other states, now they're opening up because they've got less cases of COVID. But in Victoria, my state, we're going to get fucked up. Now, I've got to look good by the time I decide to go out and leave the house. I put on weight again. I didn't really lose any in the first place. It didn't work. I was not disciplined enough, but I tried to be disciplined. I really gave up food. You'd think that would help. It didn't help. Fuckers. Alright, I don't know who I'm blaming. Physics, I think. Okay, that is the way to set it up. That to that. Okay, so that's sucking the hair, obviously. This is an uncommon type of attachment on a vacuum cleaner, but that definitely comes forward on all vacuum cleaners. So if I can just make it work with that, I'd be shaving my head like that, right? So you see the problem with a 1-inch adapter, which is what this is. If I want to cut it 1 inch, I need vacuum power to pull it out so it cuts. So I need to 3D print something that's going to be sort of like a right angle that hooks that and the shaver. Now I don't know how to make this adaptable size for everybody's type of shaver. So I need to make some sort of clamp there that accommodates everybody. Maybe I'll just make it for my own one. I'm just seeing that this kind of, I'm hoping it bulbs out more here from this point upwards. I'm hoping it goes out so that if I do get it in, I need a screwdriver to squeeze two parts together so that it can clamp. So that's what I need there. On that, I think that's a universal size. Would you agree that's kind of universal? So if that can be universal, it'll just pressure fit onto that. And then from that point onwards, we need an adapter here that clamps like that, okay? I'll get to work. Okay, so this is something that actually hooks on to the vacuum cleaner, so I don't need the vacuum cleaner itself to measure this. So starting off at 0, just measure outwards, that's 34.5. Squeeze outward, I'm pushing out as hard as we can now. I'll make it 35, and on the outside it doesn't matter how thick that part becomes, but we'll start with that in the pictures. Okay, here's what I've got so far. I'm printing something else really cool over there as well at the same time. Yeah, so I need to make this kind of thing back in there and then hold that there. So the vacuum cleaner itself will be the thing that this is held onto, and it shouldn't matter what kind of thing you have because I've put a couple of bracing holes there. So all I have to do is connect that to that and job's done. Very simple. I've got to say, this is one of the easiest things I've ever designed. Like, that's just going to click together onto that. So you print that first. Of course, it doesn't matter which order you print it in. And then that just clicks on, make that into a group. Hide that one. So this thing, I've rounded out all the edges so you can't cut yourself on a bit of plastic, right? You just need a nut and a bolt to tighten that around basically anything. Most of them would just fit around that. So yeah, squeeze it in. Maybe I should make this circle a little bit smaller so that we can get it tighter. But apart from that, I don't see any reason why this won't just totally do the job. Yeah, that was easy. I'll print that out and see how that goes. $550 for a Flowbee? Don't think so. You put whatever adapter you want face down in there, right? And then the vacuum cleaner just sucks the hairs towards it. Obviously, if you want to go longer than that, whatever guard you've got, yeah, you're gonna have to build a different guard because I haven't accommodated for that. I could in the future though, because yeah, I mean I could easily redesign a different guard for this particular one, and I could also force, even if this wasn't on, force the air to suck past these blades. I'm not going to bother with that right now though. I just want this easy solution. We'll just deal with that for now. Got a fair bit of work to do before I burn that off. This hairpiece sucks, man. I don't know if you can tell. Anyway, going for a long walk again. I was going to go home after playing with the dogs, but I decided I'm going to just walk to the horizon. Going for a stagger and hopefully get smashed before I get all the way back home. Harsh light. Honest light. Don't know what the hell this white stuff is. Maybe I came all over myself and just splattered onto my right tip. It's considerate of me, talking about it from your perspective. Alright. This is the worst hairpiece ever. I walked down the street like this. I went to the park. But the most important thing is, fuck, copyright shit going off on the TV. Hopefully that won't get me in trouble. This is how fucking big my guts are right now. I don't feel like I'm in shape. Anyway, I'll fix it before I die, hopefully. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, so this works very well with this, right? This particular size. Now I'm pretty sure that that whole size there is going to accommodate a lot of different types of razor. I've made that 40 mil and then it squeezes in from there. 40 mil diameter. Okay, so, but the problem is, once you've got this on, let me just put this down for a second. So once you've got this on and that's connected to the vacuum cleaner, I just tested it out and my hair was not being sucked because it wasn't close enough. So then I started thinking, all right, well, what if I reversed it so that somehow it was more like that, and then this part would be closer. Then I thought that's only going to be made specifically to work with this particular shaver. So I thought, okay, how do I modify this so that it works with any shaver? Because this angle that you might see cut away here, it's probably going to vary. So I realized we need something that's attached to the vacuum cleaner nozzle, and then along here we need a slider. So something like that simply slides along on the vacuum cleaner. So I'll get to where is it? I'll get to work on that now. I just came out of the shower. Just look at that plastic shine. This is less than a week old. This is the 0.06mm replacement piece that was sent to me by Lordhair. They sent me a year's supply because they ran out of 0.03mm poly, and this is what they were left with. Let me just give you a nice big close-up on that. Okay, so there's a nice big close-up. Do you agree that this is shit? This is what that plastic shit hairpiece looks like. I have just ordered some more. I'll try to get this video published, which is basically just a general blog, no information really. Probably some things you could learn from it, but mostly it's just my experiences. Nothing to teach. But yeah, next one will be a review probably after this. Also, I've invented something, a way to cut my hair using this. Man, oh man, oh man. Could this be any worse? Well, if I spin the camera around so you get to see it properly, you'll see how much worse it actually is. This is a bad hairpiece and it's only about a week old. That's what it looks like. Crazy. So embarrassing, it cannot be worn. I mean, you could wear it with a hat while you're waiting for another hairpiece, but don't ever let that hat fall off, because it's insanely bad. Now, I don't understand why it goes white all around this front area, apart from the fact that there are heaps of hairs missing. It was very low resolution, low density to start with, but that's just a bad look from all angles, isn't it? So of course I'm going to remove it and throw it away. I'm going to clean this up, and that was one of the pieces from the 1 year supply. When I said 1 year supply, if they're going to last a week or be that bad on day one, it's not even worth wearing them, but I don't have anything else. I have ordered some more and I will be reviewing those, but they haven't arrived yet. So in the meantime, I'll just put another one of those on. Okay, so I put some C22. This level of C22 is not sufficient to come up into the suction, so I can't spray it. I had to just sort of pour it into my hand and then rub it on my head. Still works, of course. But I've got one more that I will open and take out of the box, I mean. So I've pre-wet this hairpiece here. The other one I've already thrown out. This is another 0.06mm poly hairpiece from Lordhair that they sent me during the COVID times. Now today, 21st of October 2021, the lockdown ended in Melbourne. So outside in the real world now, outside my doors, there's no curfew anymore. I'm allowed to go between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. and be out walking. I can do anything I want. It's amazing. It's been over 200 days or something. Melbourne has experienced the longest lockdown in the world. So we are now free. Obviously you have to wear a mask outside and indoors anywhere you go. I still think that there's a restriction on 10 people inside bars and stuff, so they probably won't open because it's not worth their time. But apparently you can have up to 10 people at a funeral now, which is good. So, especially if somebody just dies of COVID and you're not allowed to visit their grave or anything. I think there's a lot less restrictions. So we're allowed to go outside. And I don't think we even have a limit of 1 hour outside exercise per day. We can go out for like 24 hours a day if we want to. Just sleep in the park if we want to. I was lying in the park the other day, just drunk, looking up at the moon, watching two moons just go flick, 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 flick with my eyes. I thought, okay, I'll calibrate my vision. Eventually the moons started coming together and they almost lined up, but you know, I still need to wear glasses. But it was more to do with alcohol, I think. But also laziness of my eye muscles, which I really do need to exercise. Not sitting in front of a screen, but going out. And given today is our sort of freedom day, I will be going out. The thing is, of course, it's very important that I don't have that shitty hairpiece on if I'm going to be seen, because there could be somebody I meet now who's of interest to me. Also, I should be going out and handing out my business cards so I can start getting gigs. Because I mean, I rehearsed and made a show for a year so I could make some money out of that stuff. So yeah, I need to start pushing myself as a musician. So next step is I'll shave this off, making sure that bit there is narrow and not some gigantic one like the one I've got in the shower over there. And use my little pinky finger to aim and not cut off any of my vital perimeter. And I'll get back to you after I've put some glue on. The other thing I want to mention is this tincture of 1 to 2, I think it is. 1 part alcohol, 2 parts, sorry, I should say 2 to 1. 2 parts glue, 1 part alcohol. It may be causing a lot of pain in the ass issues. The main one being that it doesn't dry as quickly. Because of all the alcohol content, it takes like more than 3 times as long to dry. Like instead of drying in 15 minutes, it'll dry in 45, maybe an hour. So it's like, I can't get things done while I'm waiting for that to dry. So I'm thinking maybe, it is good in terms of how thin it is, but it's a pain in the ass to wait for it to dry. And so therefore I might open another bottle and start using the pure stuff for a while. Also it drips everywhere and I'm not careful enough and it just drips very liquid. I'll show you the consistency. You can see it's very low viscosity. I will open another one and use that. And I might just pre-glue my head this time instead of pre-gluing my hairpiece. Okay, so I'm going to open a new one now. Might leave the label on this time just so I know that it's pure. Did they ever test this? The perforation, is it supposed to just come down in one easy pull? It doesn't. I don't know why they make it and then it fails and then they release it to the public anyway. Why wouldn't you go, no, that's not what we ordered. We said we need the perforation to pull and it comes down. So we did the perforation. We did it. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't work. Yes, but nobody cares. Nobody cares. I said, well, so do we get a discount? No, same price. Okay, we'll just charge the public more then. You do what you want. So that's what happened. And that's what we ended up with, the plastic coating that does nothing. Just as a comparison, you can now see the viscosity of a brand new bottle. To be honest, this seems a similar viscosity to that other one over there, but it's not. This is much thicker. And instead of pre-gluing the hairpiece itself, I'm going to pre-glue my scalp, even though this area up here never gets glued down quite properly. That back perimeter bit, there's always a bit of overhang up there. It's always impossible to get accurate. Now I did have that mirror thing that would have enabled me to see more about what's going on at the back of my head back there, but I tend to not use it out of sheer laziness. I keep telling myself when I finish these renovations, I will put a stand of some sort. Actually, I did. I ordered an iPad holder, which has a desk clamp, and I was intending it to stick it to this mirror. It would overhang and come back over the top. But I ordered that over 2 months ago. When I complained, they said it's been held in customs for some reason. We don't know what's going on. Do you want a refund? It was $27. I said, just keep trying to get it delivered, please. I need it. So the other thing is, I probably should have said I want a refund, because they were offering 3-day delivery on the same item, and that's taken a long time. So I probably should have cancelled the order, then reordered it, instead of trying to chase out the one that's been lost in transit. Why did I do that? That's a mistake. They don't care. It's $27. They don't give a shit. It's not like I'm doing them a favor. They don't care either way. They just want to make sure that I don't complain, or make sure the customer's happy, or however you want to word that. So the airline doesn't care. They probably handle billions of dollars worth of lost and found a year. Most of it ends up in a tip or something. I don't know what happens to the lost and found at airports. That the entire suitcase is filled with luggage that simply aren't labelled properly, or they are labelled properly and they just don't bother chasing down the owners. Right, so I'll leave that to dry for 15 minutes. Put that on, cut it, reglue the front, and then I'll cut it. So it's the 25th of October, 2021, and the city's open again. We're allowed to leave the house, which is pretty fucking amazing. So I've been invited to go to some bogan pub with some guy who I've hung out with a few times recently. Sort of a friend. Haven't met him enough times to know that yet, and I don't trust people that much. And besides, if he wants to go to a bogan pub with pokies and footy screens going on, I'm like, that sounds like a bunch of shit. Any chicks who are hot there are footy fans who are looking for jocks, and they probably spit. There are 3 ways to consider that. No, but still, not good. Alright, so I want to go to a fancy place, probably, or not out at all. I'm just playing Risk again now, and editing, right? It's a lot of hours of shit here. So, yeah. Let's see how this goes. I'm also printing out another system, my blinds that I'm making. Yeah. I gotta go. Bye. So I've just shaved the back of my neck. Now unfortunately this connection between this and this, it can't just slip out. You can see it's screwed in firmly, and it needs to be to do what it has to do. But I just wanted to shave my neck, shave my shoulders, and shave the back of my neck using this mirror, right? And I just did it. Yeah, but you can't just clip in and out. One of my earlier versions, it did just clip in and out, but it was not as secure. So I thought, add the screw. It's much better. So I've been invited to go to some shitty pub at 5 o'clock. I'm in the middle of editing potentially 4 hours of me talking about being fat and bald. So I hope you enjoy that. And yeah, basically I'm looking at the start and the end of each clip and going, fuck, I'm not listening through all this shit. Those people can. Those people. Those ones there. So yeah, enjoy. I mean, it's too late now. I'm putting this at the arse end of the video, so I'm not going to warn you. It's just a bunch of nonsense. I'm just going to talk like shit for 4 hours. So, yeah. You do not go for 4 hours, right? I mean, get your popcorn ready. Make a day of it. Probably, if you're going to watch this outside in a big jumbotron, you know, at sunset, and get all your friends around to watch this fucking 4 hour spectacular. Yeah, I hope it's all comfortable. And there's a toilet nearby, because 4 hours you can't hold it in that long, can you? Alright. Hopefully I'll invent something or buy something that I can show you that's of use to you next time. This time, just decided to just fucking give myself some companionship. So thank you for listening. Just making sure that these sunglasses are not shit. Big fat guts, sucking it in. There will be people, potential suitors out there that I have to mingle with. And this is what I'm wearing. What do you think? Do I look like a real person? Do I look like a real life boy? I'm gonna go out like this anyway. No backpack, just wallet, keys, phone. That's it.